meeting of the Planning Committee. I'm Councillor James Husband. I'm Chairman of the committee. To my right on the dais are my fellow councillors who the five of us will be making the decision on the cases in front of us this evening. To my left, I'm joined by senior officers. They will be presenting the applications and also offering us advice on them. Okay, so if we can start by, can I ask, are there any apologies for absence? I think there are none. Actually.
There are no apologies, Chairman.
Yeah, we're all present. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations? Are there any other declarations? I think I should say that I am a trustee of the Cyril Taylor Foundation. Now, although Atlantic House was usually known as a building used by Richmond University, it was actually owned by a company called the American Institute for Foreign Study. They run a set of businesses, probably the best known maybe as Camp America. Now, Cyril Taylor was the beneficial owner of that. Following Cyril's death a couple of years ago, the majority shareholding in that company passed to the foundation. However, and this is the crucial part, I had no part in the sale of Atlantic House, and I did check a number of months ago when I knew that these applications might come forward, and the sale was outright. So the trust, of which I'm a trustee, has no interest in what happens. The building has simply been sold. If we can move on now, I would like to, I think it might be helpful if I explained how we're going to consider the applications in front of us this evening. We have 4 applications. Now, following advice, I think clearly they are interlinked to a very great degree. So what we're going to do is that we are going to consider the applications in turn, but we will not vote until the end when we have actually heard details of all 4 of them. So that's the way in which we're going to do it. I know that's slightly complicated, but I'm sure with a bit of organisation on all of our parts, it will all be quite straightforward. Okay, in that case, if I can start by saying that I think Baring wants to say something.
Chair, I just wanted to say with regards to your declaration that you've just declared, I just want to confirm for the minutes that you're still able to determine the application with an open mind.
Yes, because I have no interest, and in fact, the foundation of which I'm a trustee no longer has any interest in Atlantic House, so therefore I'm able to sit this evening. I'm quite content to say that. Is that okay? No, that's fine. Okay, very good. Thank you. In that case, I'd like to ask us if we can now turn to the first application. So that relates to Atlantic House, and the case officer, Julia Javetsky, is going to present that. So, Julia, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Can we put the presentation up on the website? Okay. 4 planning applications have been submitted. One at 1 St. Albans Grove, which is known as Atlantic House, which is marked one application site on this plan. 1 application at 3941 Victoria Road, and 2 applications on 1719 Cotsmore Gardens. As can be seen on this plan, all 3 sites are located within close proximity. The proposal seeks to relocate Thomas's School from Victoria Road and Cotsmore Garden sites to create a consolidated school facility at Atlantic House. As a result of the proposal at Atlantic House, both Cotsmore Gardens and Victoria Road are being proposed to be converted into housing. Those proposals will be covered by presentation later on this evening. It is important to know that all applications will be linked by one overarching legal agreement and that the proposals to convert Cotsmore Gardens and Victoria Road to housing would only be acceptable if Thomas's School is relocated to Atlantic House. Next slide, please. This is the area view showing a wider context of the site. Atlantic House has been marked red, Victoria Road side in green and Cotsmore Gardens side in yellow. To the north of the Atlantic House side, you can see the Kensington Gardens. To the east is the Royal Albert Hall, and to the west is the railway line towards Kensington High Street Underground Station. Next slide, please. This is the view of the site with Victoria Road properties to the east, properties along Dura Place to the north, Kensington Court Place to the west, and properties on St. Albans Grove to the south. Next slide, please. That's another angle of the site. Victoria Road is to the north, Dura Place to the west. Next slide, please. That's the photographs of the site. The front elevation is on the left-hand corner. The site and properties along Dura Place is on the left bottom corner. The rear of Kensington Court Place and car park is in the middle. An existing fire escape and rear is on the right. Next slide, please. That's the photographs of the property, from the properties along Dura Place. The photograph on the left is the existing fire escape. The middle photograph is the car park, and the right is the existing rear elevation of the later addition where the proposed extension is being proposed. Next slide, please. We've got the existing front and rear elevation. The front elevation is on the top and the rear on the bottom. Next slide, please. The existing east-facing Victoria Road elevation and west-facing Kensington Court Place elevation. Existing and proposed front elevation showing the proposed showing the boundary treatment along St. Albans Grove. The existing treatment on the top and the proposed treatment on the bottom. Next slide, please. That's the proposed front and rear elevation showing the proposed glaze link extension, the one on the top and the bottom. Next slide, please. That's the proposed side elevations. Next slide, please. Thank you. That's the proposed security checkpoint and the vehicle gate. Next slide. The proposed railings. Next. And some CGI images. That's the front and the proposed extension. Next slide, please. Another visual of the front. That's the proposed rear elevation. Next. And the proposed side elevation. Next slide, please. That's the existing and proposed rear massing. The image on the left-hand side is the existing property, and on the right-hand side shows the proposed extensions. Next slide, please. That's the proposed lower ground floor level, showing the proposed early year space to the north of the site. It's marked green on this plan. Next slide, please. That's the proposed ground floor plan, showing the main entrance, secondary entrance, early years entrance, electric gate and vehicle access, playground behind the barriers along drop-off pickup area, and quiet outdoor learning space. Next slide, please. That's a proposed boundary treatment. Hopefully you can see it. The red line shows the proposed acoustic fence. The blue and orange shows the proposed low wall with vertical metal bar railings along St. Albans Grove. And the dashed black line shows existing retained fence. Next slide, please. This shows more detail of the proposed boundary arrangement. This is along Kensington Court Place to the west and Dura Place to the north, and Victoria Road property to the east. Next slide, please. This is the proposed more details along St. Albans Grove. Next slide, please. This plan shows the local road network. The green line outlines the low traffic neighborhood area. As you can see, some of the roads are subject to one-way or left turn restrictions. Next slide, please. This is the proposed drop-off points and access in and out. The school street, if implemented, drop-off points and access in and out of the area. The green line shows the main drop-off. The cars would drive down Victoria Road, turn to Cotsmore Gardens, down Stanford Road, then would turn left on Eldon Road, and then left again to the main drop-off on Victoria Road. I will show more photos of that drop-off area shortly. And then the cars would drive up again towards Kensington Road. The orange line shows the proposed secondary drop-off on St Albans Grove. Cars would drive down Kensington Court Place, turn right to St Albans Grove, left Onslow Street, left Thackeray Street, and then Young Street towards Kensington High Street. Can I have the next slide, please? That's the photograph of the proposed main drop-off on Victoria Road. Next slide, please. This shows the corner of Victoria Road and St Albans Grove. As you can see from this photograph, St Albans Grove is a very narrow two-way road. Next slide, please. This is the proposed secondary drop-off on St Albans Grove. Next slide, please. And that's the proposed secondary drop-off showing its relationship with the application site. Next slide, please. This is the travel plan from 2008. We have been asked to include it within the application by one of the speakers. This is just a survey map from the 2007 application. Next slide, please. And this is the existing walking catchment submitted as part of this current application, showing that around 70% of pupils would live within the 20 minutes walk from the school. I would now like to draw your attention to the addendum report and additional representations received. In addition to that, if the committee is minded to approve the proposal, I would like to recommend amendments to condition 3I and 3J to replace what plans with drawings. And then I would also like to recommend an addition to that condition, so to attach condition 3K to provide details of playground surface. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So we have a number of speakers registered. So I'm going to ask the objectors to go first. Now, I think Michael Bach. Michael, are you going to start and then hand over to others as we go through? Between all of you who've registered, you've got up to 10 minutes. So, Michael, perhaps when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll introduce myself and I'll allow others to do them.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I'm Michael Bach. I'm chairman of the Victoria Road Area Residents Association. I'm going to deal with the policy issues and transport. Richard next to me will deal with the playground and noise. We do not support Thomas's application for Atlantic House. It's a suboptimal location for major traffic generating use with difficult traffic and noise issues for which there are no easy solutions. The existing cap of 400 pupils recognised the area's traffic difficulties. The new site is agreed by all to be much more difficult for both access and traffic. It cannot make sense to consolidate on one location while simultaneously increasing the pupil count by 30% or the vehicle traffic by 80%. I thought it'd be useful to say what we would find acceptable. We would find acceptable to retain the pupil cap at 400, which is at the moment is both essential and reasonable. It needs strong management plans in which we would like to have involvement. It needs effective monitoring for 2 to 3 years of operation to enable an informed consideration of any future application to expand. We would not want the playground included. Our objection is focused on increasing pupils, increasing car traffic, and the playground proposals. The officer's report identifies major issues around traffic and noise, but makes unsupported assumptions that future management plans, and there are a lot of them, will mitigate these issues. They do not know whether this will work, and it would needlessly put our amenity at risk. If you were to agree to 500, and I should say it is not on the face of the planning application, you can't withdraw it. In other words, once they've got it, you're stuck with whatever the result is. We're all, and I mean you and we, are in the same position. We don't know whether it will work. I will leave playground notes to Richard. The issues are, this is a wrong location for expanding a school. Our area is one large cul-de-sac, as you saw, inaccessible by car except from the north. St Albans Grove is narrow and inappropriate for a very large junior school, even 400 pupils. It has a constrained catchment area. The officers agree that most of the new pupils would come from further afield and would arrive by car. Public transport accessibility is totally irrelevant for this site because we're talking about 4 to 11-year-olds who do not come very far. Few use the school bus, few cycle, and very few come from further than walking, come from more than 10-minute walk, and that diagram was supposed to show you that. The traffic estimates, the officers estimate a 50% increase up to 120 vehicles. We think this could be as high as 150, which would be an 80% increase. This volume would be unmanageable in this neighbourhood, and a school street would only reduce the immediate chaos. Your planning policies, our planning policies, are to seek fewer car journeys, and what is proposed takes you in the complete opposite direction. You have got a policy to resist the loss of housing and to protect us from noise nuisance. Almost all the benefits are private benefits to the school. There are no real public benefits. So our recommendation is a 30% expansion is a high-risk strategy. If you grant 30, there's 500, there's no turning back. Our proposal is the only sensible way. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Richard Moles. I'm a barrister instructed by Mr. Pickett of 10 Douro Place. I shall focus on the noise impact of the proposal. In summary, the committee should follow the EHO's advice and refuse this planning application. I have 4 key points. First, national and RBKC planning policy strongly protect against existing residents from unacceptable levels of noise. Noise reaching the significant observed adverse effect level should be avoided. Secondly, the evidence clearly shows that this development would cause significant observed adverse effect levels for existing residents in breach of planning policy. The EHO advises that even taking into account the proposed mitigation, noise from the play areas and from the arrivals and departures would cause a significant loss of amenity for existing residents. That view is shared by Mr. Pickett's independent expert, Mr. Rogers, in his 2 reports. Thirdly, there is no reliable evidence to the contrary. The applicant has produced 2 acoustic reports, but the EHO advises that they do not fully reflect the significant noise impacts on neighbouring residents, and Mr. Pickett's expert agrees. In particular, A, the EHO disagrees with the applicant's assessment averaging sound levels over 30 minutes. This averaging masks the higher peak levels that will inevitably arrive when children play, involving shouting and screaming at irregular intervals. In other words, the appellant's or the applicant's methodology incorrectly underplays the level of noise impact. And B, the criteria that the applicant uses to assess the noise impact are not appropriate because they do not take into account these higher peak levels, and therefore they also understate the impact. Fourthly, the analysis in the officer's report is flawed. A, the officer's report does not actually say what it thinks the residual noise impact would be. It is impossible to judge compliance with the relevant policies without first having identified the residual noise impact. The EHO and Mr. Pickett's expert say the residual impact would reach the significant observed adverse effect level, and that the applicant's evidence to the contrary is unreliable. There is no analysis in the officer's report disagreeing with that advice. And B, where a proposal would reach a significant observed adverse effect level, planning policy unambiguously advises it should be refused. There is no balancing test of harm against benefits. So in conclusion, none of the conditions would reduce the noise impact below the significant observed adverse effect level, and therefore the objection of the EHO should be followed and planning permission should be refused. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm unsure as to which way the balance of benefits and detriment lies, but if the committee is minded to approve the application, and I'm not urging them to do so, there is one condition which would help the residents and not unnecessarily be to the detriment of the applicant. The question of numbers, residents feel that coping with the current 400 in the new setting will be problematic enough. The school wants to increase this to 500, no doubt as part of their perfectly reasonable business plan. However, the choice before you is not binary. There's no reason why you should not conclude that the school should keep to its current 400 for the first year of operation in the new building, with express leave to apply for an increase of 50 or 12.5% at the end of the first year of operation, and again express leave to apply for a further increase of 50 at the end of the second year of operation. You would not be refusing the increase in numbers, merely deferring the increase. The first year of operation would show that either the school can manage, particularly in regard to traffic and noise, and give them an extra incentive to do so, or that the residents are right and an increase in numbers would exacerbate a bad situation. It is not possible for the school to increase to 500 the moment it moves into the new building, so the disadvantage to them is vanishingly small. If all goes well in that first year, there would be no grounds for residents to object to a 12.5% increase at the end of that year. On the other hand, if you allow the application, and Mr. Bark is quite right on this, the number of 500 now, it would not be possible to subsequently limit those numbers. I am not a naturally cautious person, but on this matter, I would urge caution on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, we've got about a minute or so left. So I think Councillor Lane, are you wishing to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak on behalf of all three Queensgate councillors. We're united in opposing this application. Our objections are not to the conversion of Atlantic House to a school. We welcome schools in our borough. We object to specific aspects of this proposal which make it unworkable, and significant amendments must be made to manage the impact on residents. We agree with what residents have said so far on noise, on traffic, and on pupil numbers. Take traffic, for instance. Since we have no idea at this time how effective any traffic management plans would be, we must keep the 400 limit on pupils. If you grant 500, there can be no going back, even if it causes major problems. Whereas if you limit pupil numbers to 400, there's always the opportunity to raise this in the future. In terms of design, which hasn't been mentioned, the conservation area contains no glass box structures, such as that situated between the two structures of traditional design, and we say this has a negative impact on the conservation area. Our key asks on behalf of residents are this: if you are minded to grant consent, which we don't want, we'd consider it essential that conditions 36 and 37 are consulted on and brought back in full for committee approval. In addition, we'd ask that Section 106 and conditions 29 allow for a maximum limit of 400 pupils. To not do this would permanently harm this quiet, low-traffic residential area with no real mechanism for monitoring or controlling the noise and disruption. Finally, Mr. Chairman, if I may sum up, we implore the committee to refuse the application in its current form, especially the increase to 500 pupils, the noise generated by the playground, and the traffic disruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now it's the turn of the applicant, their agent, and their advisors to speak. Who would like to go first?
So I'm Nick Delobenier.
Sir, yeah.
I will address you first. I'll then ask our noise expert just to respond to some of the points that have been made, and then finally Tobin Thomas from Thomas's will conclude our presentation. Just to start, I wanted to say something about the broad policy context. then just touch on the public consultation we've done and then deal with the key objections that have been made in relation to noise and traffic. So I think in terms of policy, it is a key objective of your local plan and the London plan to encourage the improvement and expansion of social and community uses within the borough, where they predominantly meet the needs of borough residents. And this is a school where 84% of the pupils come from the borough. And it's striking that you strike the balance in terms of competing needs, that residential, which is a heavily protected policy, there is one or few exceptions in policy CH1 little EV, which allows conversion of residential to social and community uses where they predominantly meet the needs of borough residents. So it's in accordance with that theme. It is very difficult to find sites in the borough, partly because of the lack of availability and also because they tend to be outcompeted by residential or commercial values. So this is a very special opportunity to provide an enhanced school facility within the borough. In terms of public consultation, we did a very significant amount of public consultation, including 3 public exhibitions, and the scheme was amended in relation to the noise management plan and travel plan to accord with some of the issues raised. So I'll now touch on noise. There's 2 aspects of that. There's the plant and the internal noise, and I think they are adequately dealt with by conditions and not at issue. The issue seems to be solely concerned to the noise within the playground. Clearly, playgrounds are highly desirable for education uses, and your play strategy of 2006 says that and encourages them for all schools within the borough. It's pretty inevitable in a borough like Kensington and Chelsea that a playground is going to be next to residential accommodation. And indeed, you see that in most of the schools in the borough. A very interesting comparable is the Colville Primary School, which has the same sort of relationship that we're looking at here. So I think it's also important to have regard to the type of noise, and the limitations. This is not a sort of continuous noise from traffic or planes or late night activity. It is confined to 170 days a year. That's less than half the year. And the hours of the playground will be controlled from 8 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So there'll be no evening noise or sleep disturbance, which is often an issue with noise. We put in range a number of mitigation measures, most particularly perhaps an acoustic fence, planting with inside the acoustic fence, and a noise management plan which staggers the use of the playground and ensures that any activities will be very well supervised. I'll leave our noise expert to talk about some of the technical points that have been raised, but I believe we use the best practical means to control the noise. And it should be remembered that there is an existing lawful use where this site, which has been vacant for some time, could be reused as a residential college, which would include both teaching and accommodation. Turning to traffic, Thomas's have been operating for 42 years in the area. They currently have 386 children, and it is operated very well. They have a school travel plan, and they're part of the STARS TfL initiative and have a gold award for their travel plan. We have worked hard with the council's highway consultant to come up with an appropriate and sustainable means of traffic flow, and there is a draft traffic management and a draft travel plan, and we're quite happy to talk about those. They're in draft form at the moment as to whether there are any other proposals that we could incorporate, but we feel confident that what we have proposed in terms of the traffic management plan, the drop-off points and the traffic route will work and are satisfactory. We believe it could work even without a school street, but we're not averse to the school street concept. Indeed, there's some conditions in relation to that. I think it's also important just to bear in mind that the footway will be widened to 2 meters, which allows people to pass easily between each other. The travel plan itself is designed to reduce the travel by car, which is only 28% of people coming to the school, and our traffic expert has calculated that with these measures in place, there will in fact be a reduction, even with an increase to 500 pupils, of the number of cars in the area. So I now turn to planning benefits. Firstly, I think this is a major contribution to social and community use. It will provide better safety for children, better amenities, it will precipitate more housing. There are conservation area benefits, and we believe the glaze link, which we discussed with officers, is an appropriate, and if there are some questions on that, our architect can answer them. I'll now hand over to our noise.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to briefly provide a summary of how this application has been developed to meet national and local policy on the control of noise. There's three main sources of noise associated with this application. There's noise breaking out from the building itself, from classes, and that will be adequately controlled through the use of the building envelope. The second is noise from the rooftop plant and from mechanical plant within plant rooms. That will be controlled with conventional measures to meet noise limits, standard noise limits set by the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. The third source is noise from children playing during the daytime. There's no noise limits that apply to assess the impact of noise playing, but there are noise guidelines that can be used. We've carried out an assessment using 3D noise modelling with evidence-based objective criteria to assess that noise impact. While the sound of children playing, it will be noticeable, but it will not reach the level that will be classified as unacceptable in planning terms. There's a noise policy requirement that adverse effects should be mitigated and minimised as much as reasonably possible. This will be achieved through both physical measures in the form of the sound-absorbing noise barriers around the playground. It will also be achieved through management measures, restricting the number of pupils and the time of which pupils are in the garden. For one dwelling, we have a noise level which exceeds the significant observed adverse effects level. And for that dwelling, additional mitigation in the form of high acoustic performance double glazed windows will be offered. There's been various criticisms of our objective methodology. The example of a 30-minute measurement period will be used. The 30-minute measurement period is advocated in essentially building regulations and Department for Education guidance. There's criticisms of our method, but nobody has presented an alternative objective methodology as to how the noise impact should be assessed. One key point with regards to the implementation of noise policy is that the noise policy statement for England says the first aim of the noise policy statement for England is to avoid significant adverse effects on health and the quality of life from environmental and neighbourhood noise within the context of government policy on sustainable development. There's an inherent requirement as part of that policy to balance the noise effects against the social and economic benefits of the development. So, in summary, the proposed development and associated noise mitigation that can be secured via planning condition complies with local and national policy.
Good evening. My name is Tobin Thomas. Having housed Kensington School for Girls, Westminster University and Richmond College, Atlantic House is unquestionably one of the premier educational buildings within the Victoria Road area. We are asking tonight to be allowed to continue its 137-year educational history to immeasurably improve and consolidate the facilities of Thomas's Kensington. It will also safeguard the school from our loss of the facilities on Haythrop College, which the school has relied on since its opening 42 years ago. Our lower school and preparatory school will both once again be housed together within their own grounds and with 50% more internal space than now. Our drama department will remain in 21 St Albans Grove and be joined by the art department, for whom we will be able to create space and facilities of which they and we can only currently dream. This move is all about seizing an incredibly rare opportunity for the school to transform its facilities for the benefit of its staff and pupils without having to move out of the area to do so. And demand from local families for local schools has remained consistently high over decades. Our data from 2020 shows that 84% of our pupils are families and residents of the borough, and of these, 87% live in Queensgate or its adjacent wards. So, in summary, the objections have been quite understandably raised, but history shows that these are the same concerns which were raised at the very idea of the school back in 1981, when my parents sought permission to first start Thomas's Kensington. 42 years of operation within this community, with thousands of local pupils educated, with over 7,000 days of drop-off and collections. The evidence shows that these fears have not been borne out, and that, with goodwill and open communication, any issue can be addressed. Thus, we humbly request that the committee supports their officers' recommendations and creates a school for the borough that we can all be justifiably proud. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So, colleagues, it's our opportunity to ask questions from either party. Who would like to start? Sonia, why don't you go first?
Thank you, and thank you to both the applicants and objectors for coming in to speak. I have a number of questions, but I'll just start with one and hand over to others. So I think overall, the appearance of the proposal would improve the appearance of the existing building, but my question is whether it would preserve the character of the neighbourhood, specifically in terms of the glazed link. I don't believe that there are any other sort of glass frontages like that in the conservation area. So, question to the applicants, is there an alternative to it being glazed, and what sort of decision, how was this decision-making process taken on? Thank you.
I'll ask John, our architect, to explain the design rationale of the points that you've just raised.
Thank you. Good evening. The design itself has been, of the link in particular, has been developed very carefully in collaboration with your officers, had a series of pre-apps and discussed different approaches and came forward with different options. They supported this approach, and it's all really around trying to preserve and enhance the conservation area, and really trying to make the most of the two buildings adjacent, Atlantic House and Lytham House. The existing link building that's there at the moment, Sorry. The existing link
Chairman,
building...
sorry, is there anything we can do about the volume? Because it's incredibly quiet all round.
Actually, yes. I don't know if any of our officers, are we able to adjust the volume of the microphones? I know I normally find myself having to move nearer and speak up a bit. So is there something that we can do? Because it is quite quiet, as Councillor Hargreaves says. Can we do anything about that? Can we have a go?
Okay, I'll try and speak up for the moment.
Yeah, perhaps in the meantime, if everyone can try and speak up. Thank you.
Project. The existing link building has a negative impact on the area. So there's two buildings either side. The original villa building, which is on the left, which is considered of sort of merit of high value. Atlantic House on the right, which is a later addition, is considered a sort of neutral but reasonably interesting value. The piece in between is flush with the face of the buildings and actually has a negative impact on those two buildings that we are looking to restore and enhance. So the basis of our design is to look to really restore and retrofit those two villas, bring them up to the highest standards of sustainability, and also repair those kind of historic details and actually tidy them up, because over the years there's been kind of unpleasant additions added to them that weren't originally there. So the idea behind kind of creating a light sort of set back and subservient link building was so that there's not competition between a new piece of architecture and two differing styles of architecture in Lytham House and Atlantic House. And so that was discussed with the officers. Sorry, did you have something come in there?
So it's intended to be neutral, essentially.
Effectively, yeah. It's quite a sort of well-known approach to have a sort of relatively neutral setback, contemporary element, which provides, in this case, a clear entrance and much better accessibility to the whole building. So the idea there is to create a bit of transparency, because the other point that I was just coming on to was within the conservation area, there is analysis within the council's own policies and guidances about the sort of form and rhythm of the buildings in the area. and it recommends sort of breaks and gaps. And actually Atlantic House, the way it was restored in the 50s and 60s, has no gaps in it. So one of the conversations was about sort of transparency and creating a gap with the glazed link. So actually, when you see it in reality, there'll be a porousness to it, and the idea, because it's set back significantly, that it will create more prominence on the two buildings adjacent to it.
If I might just very, very quickly respond to that.
No, I'm sorry, not at the moment. Tom, do you want to pursue that point?
Yes, if I could. The glazed link building will be lit, presumably.
Correct.
Yeah, so when it's dark, it'll be quite. You say it's supposed to be subservient and set back, but when it's dark, it's really going to stand out, isn't it? Glass building being lit.
There will be some light, although the school operates generally, in the daytime and isn't a building that's going to kind of necessarily be open in the evening. But there would be some light, but I think not excessive amounts, and that can be, managed. I think. I don't think that's a main. I don't think it's a particularly concerning consideration and can be dealt with. Yeah.
Well, I know.
Because I think there's conditions in relation to any, concern if there was any negative effects on neighbours so it could be managed, is what I'm saying.
Well, perhaps when we pursue later with officers, but I appreciate schools operate mostly during the day, but there still will be cleaners and teachers doing, additional work, etc. I do have concerns about the prominence of having a glazed building like that, particularly during dark hours. But anyway, thank you.
Can I just add to that, just to say that there is a condition there which requires us to work with the council to develop the design and the detail of that, and I'm sure we can, with your officers, make sure that those concerns are addressed as part of that condition.
It's helpful to know. Thank you.
Emma and then Gerard.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two, if I may, and they're sort of operational issues for the applicants. Firstly, looking at your drop-off points and the circulation of traffic through the De Vere Conservation, which is little teeny tiny roads, as I'm sure you know. I just do not understand how, and it would be all at one time, 100 plus cars can be sitting in Young Street trying to get into Kensington Church Street, which would be completely solid. How is that a good solution? Perhaps I could talk to your traffic person. How is that a good solution to the whole dropping off of, which is going to happen, clearly, especially if you increase the number of pupils, because all those little roads are tiny, and then you end up at Kensington High Street trying to get into solid traffic. So I don't understand why that's a good solution. Perhaps you could talk me through that.
Hi, I'm Doug McDougall. Hopefully you can hear me all okay. I work for a consultancy called WSP, and I've been advising Thomas's on traffic and transport. To answer your question, the drop-off locations proposed as part of the scheme are an offer of a managed solution. Now, when we look at the number of vehicles that arrive at the site currently, with 386 pupils, the two sites, Cotsmore Gardens and Victoria Road, generate in total 80 trips. With the additional number of pupils, if approved, would generate 100 trips. So we're talking about 20 additional trips to the neighbourhood in a morning and in an evening. Now, turning to the drop-off locations, they were a product of some fairly lengthy conversations with officers at RBKC, and it is the intention of the applicant to manage drop-offs to avoid the use of St Albans Grove. There are two proposed, one near to Kensington Court Gardens and one on Victoria Road.
Yeah, no, I see that. I don't. What I'm asking is how are you came to this conclusion? Only the area extremely well, that these teeny tiny roads can take 100 plus cars. And you know, you're guessing that there'll be 20 more cars. I read that it's more likely that the additional students will come from further, additional families will come from further away. So this is what was the suggestion. So, I mean, you're telling me what I know. I just want to know what the rationale is behind it.
The rationale is to manage the arrivals of pupils to the school to avoid using St Albans Grove because it is quite narrow. If you look at the geographic spread of the existing makeup of students, we expect there to be an 80-20 split in favour of the facility on Victoria Road because it's much larger and it's much easier. It's a much less convoluted route to get into and out of the area. So the facility or adjacent to Kensington Court Gardens will be subservient to the main facility on Victoria Road.
Okay. Okay, and I just want to say something in addition, actually, just for thought that when we had a similar application up in Lancaster Road, Isaac Newton for the, I think it's called Weatherby School or whatever it's called now. They changed the name of it. Something that we hadn't anticipated was security sitting in cars outside all day because of the nature of the and they were literally children, you know, primary school children who had security sitting out all day in their cars running their engines. So I don't know if that's an issue now or maybe in the future, but just bear that in mind. But my other question is really about the noise and the playground, if I can ask whoever the noise expert is. I mean, I think it's completely unacceptable to expect near neighbours to submit themselves to double or triple glazing and then keep their windows closed. You know, what do they then have to fit air conditioning or something? And that is just not acceptable. That is not a solution. It really isn't a solution. And so I'm very, very concerned about that, given the solution. But given that playtime, presumably, I mean, the play space isn't that huge for 500 students. There are going to be rotas throughout the day. And are you saying that there's going to be no after-school clubs, no sports after school in that area? They're literally all going to go home at 3 o'clock and that's it? Because that surprises me. Most schools have after-school clubs. So that is just something for, you know, I really think I have a primary school quite near me. My goodness, you can hear them, bless them, little hearts, you know. You really can hear them when they're out playing. And I'm glad that I'm 10 houses away. Yeah, it's a lot of people work from home, a lot of people are elderly and stay at home. It can literally drive you insane. I have been reduced to tears at one point with my lovely, charming, happy children just down the road. It really is. You can't underestimate the effect of that every single day. So please talk to me about rotas, how long they're out for, how many rotas are they going to be throughout the day? I know it explains it in the paperwork, but if you just explain it to us in words, please.
In very simple terms, the school has 7 year groups. Can you hear me? The school has 7 year groups because we are a primary school up to year 6. So reception don't go into the playground, and that means that there are 6 other year groups. And what we've said is that we will limit the use of the playground during break times, which we've allocated, which we've shown, to only having 2 year groups out in the playground at any one time. And the way that we can do that, that means that 4 year groups can go into the playground during break time, because you can split the break time in half, and you have 2 out and then 2 out. So that means two can't, and so they'll be inside. But those 2 will be going out for their off-site games activities that day, because we have sports facilities on one day, on 2 days. So you can basically rota the activity that children are always getting outside for exercise, because they will either be doing off-site games morning or afternoon on 2 days, and then we'll have 4 days worth of, and then we'll have the access to those 4 slots in the playground. But we won't be able, we won't put out more than two year groups at any one time.
Okay, so
that's
given the school day,
it
will be most likely between 10 and 2, there will always be children out there. Is that right? I mean, just non-stop?
No, during the break. I mean, so the question is, we would like to use the playground for sports, which is we do in all of our schools. Have neighbours have houses around every single one of our schools in Battersea, Kensington, Clapham, and Fulham at the academy. Everybody has neighbours. We haven't had a single complaint about our playgrounds. We utilise our playgrounds for sports, which is games activities, which are undertaken by professional PE staff. We employ 27 full-time PE staff in order to be able to do that, and we then also have
with
games.
respect, you've seen the concerns of people who have written hundreds and hundreds of letters that we've read about the level of noise, because it will be right up close to their houses.
But
there's no distance there, and you're saying that it's going to be fine. I think that's unlikely.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the question is. The people have written don't know what the noise will be because we haven't got in there. So it's an
They
assumption.
won't know what the noise is going to be. It's fine. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The way this will be controlled is in the noise management plan, which is only in a draft form at the moment, but all that Tobin has spoken about will be enshrined in that document, which will be subject to a condition to be approved and adhered to.
Mr. Chairman,
Michael, I think we'll
as the usual practice recently is to allow us to respond to some of this.
It depends what the questions are, but I think you'll probably get a chance to respond to some of these points quite quickly.
You're getting a one-sided story in response to questions.
Gerard.
Really, it's just building on Councillor Denko's first question about numbers and traffic. The objectors have raised this question about moving from 400 to 500 pupils. I wonder if perhaps you could talk about the rationale behind that. You're very proud of your, and justifiably so, your traffic management plan on 400. You've put what is not going to change if you go to 500 is the street layout. We're still going to have the same narrow streets, the same difficulties, but with 100 extra pupils. So I know you've put plans in here, but I just to increase it by that number in a very tight area with very narrow roads, I just can't understand how it's not going to have a negative impact. So the rationale behind 400 to 500, and just a bit more about the impact of that additional 100, if it's granted, on the traffic, because the roads are not going to change.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that opportunity. Thomas's runs, as we were saying, seven year groups, reception to year 6, and we have 3 forms in each year group. And in all our other schools, we have 22 pupils in each class. And in Thomas and Kensington, we have 20 pupils in each class because the classrooms aren't big enough, because they're in former houses, but they would be big enough once they're in Atlantic House. So the school is not fundamentally changing its structure. It's staying as a 3-form intake school. It's just that if we have 21 forms of 22 pupils, and every pupil who's in the school wants to stay in the school, then we need to have more than a number greater than 400. You need to have 21 times 22. The only thing is that we're asking to have 22 classes. We're just seeking 1 extra additional class. So we are asking to have 22 classes as opposed to we currently have 21. And in that, we need to be able to have the right for all 22 pupils to be able to stay in the school. Now, I don't know whether they will stay in the school. They just need to be able to have the right to be able to stay in the school. So we can't accept a legal limit which says that we can bring in 66 children in reception and they wouldn't be able to stay in the school all the way through to year 6 because the limit wouldn't reflect that multiple. So there's been a huge amount of alarm about the fact this school is not about, this move is not about expanding the school. It's not about increasing our pupil numbers. We are staying a 3-form intake school, and with 3 forms in it. It's just that when children get to our preparatory school, because it is in 2 converted houses, the space gets very limited, and with the loss of Haythrop College imminently coming, the facilities will get less still, and so children get bigger and the rooms stay the same. So children will leave our preparatory school because there isn't enough space, but they absolutely probably won't leave at Atlantic House because the classrooms will be magnificent, average size, 48 square metres, and it's a proper school, as has been shown by its 137-year educational history. So the confusion isn't about, it's a legal maximum which we have to take. And we were able to accept 400. The history behind the 400 was that it came when we wanted to take the Prue Leith School of Cooking, the 21 St Albans Grove. And we wanted to take that in order to improve our drama and our catering and our gym. And the fear of the council then was that we would utilise it for classrooms in order to enlarge the school. So we said, no, we absolutely don't want to do that. We want to do it in order to improve our facilities. And I'm saying to you tonight, that's exactly what we want to do now here. We want to move it to Atlantic House to improve our facilities. And so they said to us, okay, well, in that case, you won't mind taking a cap at the maximum number of pupils, and you physically can't fit more than 400 pupils into the 39 to 41 Victoria Road and 1719 Cotsmore Gardens. But Atlantic House will have 22 classrooms, all average size 48 square metres, and you absolutely will be able to fit 22 times 22 children in there, which is why we need that cap moved. And finally, just to answer your problem on transport, because we're a co-educational school and because we have a preference for siblings, we take whole families. And so about 40% of our children are related to somebody else in the school. So it's never the case that an additional pupil means an additional car, because whole families travel together. And there's absolutely no evidence that the new pupils are going to come from further afield. There is significant, you can see up there is significant demand for local schools within this catchment area, and 70% of these people are walking when they can.
But if you have siblings and you stagger the departure time, what's going to happen there? The parents are going to sit in the car waiting for the staggered departure of the
So
2 or 3 children?
What's going to happen there is the same that's happening with 2,000 other children in Clapham and in Battersea and in Fulham right now, is that we have about a half an hour gap between reception leaving and the end of the preparatory school day. In the morning, everybody comes at the same time, but in the afternoon, they all split. And just to answer your question about the clubs and the use of the playground after 3, we would very much like to use it, but the council officer has determined that the end of the use of the playground for sports needs to be 3 o'clock. So we've accepted that as a restriction, just as we've volunteered to only have 2 year groups in play at the same time.
Tom, and then back to Sonia.
If it's okay, I might pursue a line of questioning on traffic. For the applicants, so you've told us that you believe that the total amount, despite the increase in pupils, the total amount of traffic should decrease. That requires parents who currently drive to the school to stop driving. If I'm a parent of the school who currently drives to the school, what are you going to do to convince me to no longer drive to the school? That's my first question.
The answer is to always convince the child, who then convinces the parents. It's the way we get everything done at school. So you go through the child and the walk to school. Genuinely, you can see here the walking catchment area is there, and a vast majority of people will walk, and they do walk. We can't dictate anything, so we can't guarantee that. What we have said what we will do is we will look at if there are clusters of you can see there are clusters of parents out further away from the schools, and we can lay on minibuses in order to bring the children in on minibuses. But minibuses, again, with transport, are a slightly double-edged sword, because they need to pick up children in a small enough location to be able to get to school. And they can sometimes end up, generating more traffic, as much traffic as they solve, unless they can pick up over sort of 15 children, which they need to be able to do within a geographical area. So the more interspersed they are, the more difficult that is. So the answer is we'll increase minibuses. We'll increase minibuses where we can. We will promote walking to school with the children, and the children are the ones who determine the behaviour, and it really genuinely works. And we just want to say that we've had our Gold Star TfL Stars Award since 2014. We've been on top of this for for some time. And we also have experience of all of our schools have narrow streets. Battersea High Street the High Street is probably not that much wider than St Albans Grove, and it's a dead-end street as well. And and we have 650 children, who come into that every day in, day out. So this is a challenging school. It's not a particularly challenging school in relation to what we do, and we manage well. And in Kensington, we have done for 7,000 pickups, days of pickups.
Thank you very much for that. Tom, have you got some more questions?
Yes, I've got two more on traffic, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman. So the picture you're painting for me, you're a private school, but the picture you're painting is very much of a local school. And you say the vast majority of people are already coming, not by car. You're going to put in measures to encourage more people not to travel by car. You say you can't require parents to do anything, but I'm sure there was something in the pack about getting parents to sign up to sign up to certain travel plans. So whilst you can't guarantee that nothing will slip through the net, there are measures you can take. So my question is, why not go car free? Why not zero? Why do some parents have to drive? And leaving aside, if there's a child with a disability, for example, I'm sure we'd all be understanding of making an exception for that. But outside of that, why can't you aim for car free and get parents to sign up to that?
Very good question. If you helpfully up on the screen up there is the location of our parents and their homes, and you can and the location. So there are some homes where it would be very challenging to be able to do that. It is
got the best public transport in the world.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I would. I'm absolutely not against this. I'm not. I don't want to sound like I'm disagreeing with you. I would love to have, all of our schools car free. I would love London to be car free. It's, as to whether it's a commitment I can put within this planning application. I think the commitment I want to say is we are a local school. We genuinely are a local school. 87% of our pupils who live in Kensington and Chelsea live in the boroughs immediately around Queensgate. They do walk. You can see that the evidence is there and absolutely there. And it's right that we're a local school because people want to live near their school because they're going there twice a day, and they're choosing day schools because they want to spend time with their children, and the walking to school with their child is a magical time. Sadly, my 3 children have now left university, but I look most fondly on the time when I was walking into Thomas's Clapham because that's where we live.
Mr. Chairman, could I answer that question that you haven't got an answer to?
No, Michael, I'm going to come to you because I will ask some questions shortly.
Oh, good.
But
Okay.
Tom, if you go ahead and ask
further
questions.
Sorry, I just wanted to finish this line of questioning with one last question. Thank you for your previous responses, and I think we might explore the possibilities of, if other members are minded, of car-free option with officers later. But the final question is, so I understand the point from your point of view about having more space, so it makes sense to add another class. But if you were sitting in our seats, wouldn't you think it's sensible, if we were to grant, to say let's keep it at 400 for now, see how it goes. If traffic does get reduced, like you say it will, and if noise is managed properly, then we always have, as the objectors said, we always have the option then to go, and we could put in review periods to go up to 450 or 500 in a year or two's time. So if you were sitting in my seat, why would you think that wasn't a sensible option?
It's not a sensible option because the maths just don't add up, because you've got three forms in the lower school. The lower schools are absolutely always full. So you've got the 3 forms who will, if they all then stay, you're forcing a legal obligation on us, which we can't guarantee to meet, because if they all stay going up into years 4, 5, and 6, and we are, then we will bust that number, and so it's an obligation that you're putting on us, which we absolutely can't meet. So we could absolutely be clear about the 400 before, because we've never, ever had more than 400. It would just be impossible. There just isn't the space to be able to do it. But we're moving into Atlantic House with 50% more space than we have, and we're only asking for one more form. So that's why, that's the difficulty.
So effectively, you've increased admission numbers dependent on getting this planning permission. It's sort of a bit of a hostage to fortune.
No, it isn't, because you're you're not increasing the admission numbers. You're keeping the same form structure. So you've got your 3 forms. It's just that if people are staying in those forms, because it will frankly be one of the best schools in certainly in central London when it's finished, and they don't want to go anywhere else, then you are guaranteed to have 21 times, even if you don't allow a 22nd form, you're going to have 21 times 22 children in the school, and that's going to bust 400.
Okay. It lost me slightly, because if you didn't move, what would happen?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but you do move, because every year group moves, because in September every year group moves.
Sorry,
upwards.
if you didn't move into Atlantic House, what would happen?
Well, then the same pattern which has developed over the last 42 years would continue. It's just.
You're saying
But that's because the space is limited. But if we do move into Atlantic House, so we do move to Atlantic House.
But that would be a choice of yours, wouldn't it? If you move to Atlantic House, it would be a choice to increase the pupils that would then follow through the school.
No, it would be the pupil's choice to remain in the school, which would increase the numbers.
I'm lost, because
yeah.
Am I lost?
Are you
So I'm confused, as if you stay where you are, 400 pupils, they're still going to move through the school in the same way. And you're saying there wouldn't be a problem at 400 where you are?
No, there won't be a problem.
So they move to Atlantic House with 400.
Correct.
You keep 400. They move through the school in the same way. There's no difference. Yes, you've got more space in Atlantic House, and you've got more rooms in Atlantic House, but there's nothing forcing you to increase the numbers, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, no,
which I could be.
I'm afraid you are missing something, because you start you start with, well, currently we have 21 pupils in a class in reception. So you start with 63 children right now. This is what happens right now. So you've got 63 children. So if all of those 63 children chose to stay in Atlantic House, because the facilities will be, superb, and the space will be great, it's 63 times 7.
So retention rates will be better.
Yeah, retention rates. Well, it isn't our retention rate. In fact, it's their choice. Not so it would be retention rates, but also that the choice for them for pupils not to leave. So we can't control it, is what we're saying. So the cap needs to be at a limit, which we
How many years would it take for that to start having an impact on your numbers? So, for example, if we did go with the option of the residents of starting year 1 in Atlantic House with 400, seeing how it goes, presumably then the pupils are going to move through at a pace that we could look at 1 year, 2 year, 3 year.
So it takes a year to recruit children. So there's obviously a 12-month lag for that. But I mean, it's not. I mean, so the question is I mean, this is why it's a slightly misleading debate. It's being promoted as being the whole issue. The 500, the max of that. If every single place in the school was full, if that would take, it could take 3 or 4 years to do that, but it may never happen, because it's very rare that you're going to have every single place full. So you're very unlikely to meet this number. It's just that what the council requests of us is a cap, a 106 cap, which we legally are not able to exceed. So all we're saying to the council is put that cap at a level which the school doesn't, is always able to comply with, because we can't sign up to something which we can't comply with.
Thank you for that. I think, colleagues, this is something we probably will need to discuss with officers, but I take the points that you've made. Now, Sonia, it's been a while, but did you have some questions in particular to resident side?
I actually just had one more question for the applicants on traffic.
You go ahead and then I'll follow on.
Traffic management beyond drop-off and pick-up. So the report on this says a single stationary vehicle unloading in front of the site would completely block traffic. So I was wondering if you could talk us through your plans throughout the day, the management of this retractable barrier, the blue badge parking bays, and also as alongside an increase in the number of students, there'll be an increase in the number of staff. So where will the staff be parking throughout the day if they do drive to the school?
So our staff don't drive; they use public transport. And the second thing is that there was a picture of a security hub right on the front, right by the gate, and that will be manned permanently and will be open, and they will be the people responsible for allowing the deliveries or the delivery or any vehicle that is connected to Thomas's onto the site, which is something we can't do at the moment because obviously we've got a pavement. So
they will be on site.
So they'll be on the site. Yeah, we bring them inside, managed from the security side.
I have one more question on noise. So just a question for the applicant again. I'm sorry to the residents, but on paragraph 6.52, I think it is, it says that there are concerns, of course, around the acoustic report by the that were raised by the environmental health officer, and that the environmental health officer's advice was to avoid that part of the development, the playground area part of the development. What is your response to that? I'm assuming that you engaged or had some sort of engagement with the environmental health officer, and is this sort of list of mitigation measures your response to that, or do you have anything else to say?
So, with regards to the recommendation to avoid the impact, so that's based on noise policy, which is to avoid the impact in the context of government policy on sustainable development. The assessment of noise from children playing is an interesting one as an acoustical professional, because there are very few standards throughout the country for them. So when we were first appointed for this appointment, we discussed the noise impact with environmental health. So the first phone call was to Keith Mahaffey to find out if there's any specific local noise standards that we would use. And we were told that, unlike, for example, noise from air conditioning equipment, there are no specific local standards, and so it was up for us to carry out our assessment based on our own experience of assessing environmental noise. So we carried out that assessment. That was issued in the first acoustic report. Following that, we had feedback from the local authority saying they were concerned about the impact of noise from children playing, and could more be done. That's when we reviewed the assessment and the mitigation strategy following that feedback from the local authority. That resulted in additional information. So, for example, that the noise from children playing will be limited to the early morning break period and the lunch break period. There will be other noise during the daytime for when the children are being taught outside, but that will not be as loud as the playtime noise that will happen in the morning breaks and the lunchtime. So it was that feedback that drove from the local authority to drove the mitigation to concentrate on the management controls, on the controlling the number of pupils in the playground. So that was the second iteration of our noise mitigation strategy. We did look at whether anything more could be done with the boundary conditions, the physical measures, but it becomes impractical to increase the height of the boundary screens. So that was our second iteration of the mitigation measures. That was then considered by environmental health, and they still had residual concerns about the playground noise.
Okay, I think I'll raise that with officers after then.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions. First of all, to residents and the Queensgate councillors. I know it's jumping right back earlier in the conversation, but this issue of the infill of the two buildings and what's proposed is, well, crudely a sort of glass box structure. What do you feel about that? If that was made a slightly more solid structure, but still very much subservient as an infill, is that something that would be supported? I don't know who might want to address that. Councillor Whedon-Sands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to speak to that. Well, I'll just start this really by correcting what was initially said, because in the conservation area appraisal document, which I have in front of you, if you wanted to see it, but the two buildings of Atlantic House, it was referred to the infill as being a negative element of the conservation area. Actually, the infill is considered as part of the bigger, taller building, and that's down in the area appraisal as being a positive, although we might not like it and it's not as nice as the rest of the building, whereas the shorter building is a neutral. So, you know, and in the audit, I mean, it defines negative buildings as being those which are out of keeping with the prevailing character. My argument, therefore, would be that actually what we're proposing here would make matters worse. The glass proposal, as it is now, would be far more out of keeping with the area than what is currently there. So I would very much think that, you know, any mitigation, any attempt to change that would definitely be a positive. I'm rather alarmed that it was suggested that the glass was a proposal worked with officers to come up with, because it seems to me that suggests that the lack of respect or appreciation of the conservation area. But I think you have, I don't know if we can bring up one of the photos of that building, if that's possible, on the presentation. You have on the westernmost side of that taller part of the building, you have an extension already. And my presumption, which I did raise at the public consultation, would be that if they had mirrored that extension on the eastern side, you'd have much more symmetry and it would look far better if the infill was turned to look like that. I don't know if we're getting that up on the presentation.
Can we find that
something
slide?
like that, I think, would be Can we turn the slides to slide 16, please? Thank you.
A major improvement. So there you can see on the left-hand side, the western side, the final window. That is it's not particularly clear, and I appreciate it's hard to see. That is an extension of the rest of the building, just that one line of windows. If you did that exactly the same on the side that's currently being proposed as glass, I mean, I think it would greatly improve the design and not be a detriment to the conservation area rather than what is currently being proposed.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I have the impression that colleagues will probably support the idea that there's too much glazing in this what is proposed, but I think we can address that later. The other point I'd like to ask, and this is addressed, perhaps Michael Bach or others would like to comment on this, is the traffic issues, because it's been raised by officers that the idea that there might be a school street, and I'd just be interested to know very briefly if that's something that is broadly supported, or whether it's something that requires a full consultation and much further work, or are there any comments in that respect? Just quite briefly.
I think, like all of the proposed measures, which is very often not clear what they are, we would want to be consulted. But if you look at what effect the rearrangement, I mean, what you can see is at the moment, cars go to two separate sites, and it just about works. When you transfer everything to St Albans Grove, you've got a real problem, because two cars can't pass on it, and it looks like a necessary evil, because the alternative is complete chaos. The effect of it, however, is it drives people further down south into our area, so that some of the people will actually be driving 3/4 of a mile within our area to deliver their children and go off again. So, yes, there's some downsides to it, but if you lived in St Albans Grove, I would suggest that you would be horrified at the thought of so many cars, and we ought to talk about the number of cars, coming down mainly Victoria Road, that's quite right, but finding their way to the drop-off and then finding their way out again means that we've got more traffic and a lot more mileage, if you like, of driving round. Now, you asked the question about numbers. Could I please have the last slide up before that? Well, first of all, let me address this one. Nobody walks 20 minutes to the school and back home again and does it again in the afternoon. The idea that this is a reasonable walking distance is rubbish. Could you please show the previous slide?
Can you please put slide 32?
Could you please? Yes. This is taken from the 2008 school travel plan for Thomas's school. It doesn't matter the exact distribution of the people there. What matters is that there's a circle in the middle, which is a 10-minute walk circle. Most of the walking is done from within that circle. Hardly anybody walks in from north of the High Street or south of Cromwell Road. So when you actually look at the catchment area that the school could draw upon, because you've got the park, you've got the circle line, you've got Cromwell Road as barriers, they have to look mainly to the north, and as soon as you get beyond a 10-minute walk, and certainly further, practically all of those people are going to come by car. That's why our figures are different than Mr. McCall's quite conservative figures. No, he doesn't want to sound extreme. We've looked at this and we can tell that if anybody comes from further afield, they'll come by car, and no arrangement whatsoever is going to dissuade them otherwise. It would only be voluntary, and you can't enforce something that's voluntary. So, yes, we estimate that it's more like 150 cars rather than Mr. McCall's 120 cars that would result from having 500. One more thing on the 500. It is not actually on the face of the application. So you're not changing the application. You're just deciding to alter a condition, which currently has been recommended to you as 500. We're recommending it be 400. Doesn't change anything.
Yeah,
I mean, it will change something as far as the applicant's concerned.
Thank you. I appreciate that point.
So
thank you very much.
What we've got is a situation where...
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions now to the applicant. First of all, can we address actually the issue of traffic? In the report, I know there have been various suggestions made, and I'm just wondering if a way forward might be, I think to my mind, I don't know what my colleagues think, but I think to my mind it's quite clear a traffic management plan, were we minded to grant, would require quite a lot of more detailed work and a very extensive consultation among people who live locally. But I'm just wondering if perhaps at the moment we're being rather narrowly drawn. I think the scope perhaps for school bus transport, but also the issue which was raised by a resident to use, I think it's Prince of Wales Terrace, which is in effect a horseshoe road just by the high street, by the main road, that particularly for older children, that might be something that they could just be dropped off. They need to walk a short distance down Victoria Road, and that these kind of different things put together might be a way of mitigating traffic where a vehicle, comes right up to the school. I wonder if the transport consultant or someone else would like to comment on.
Can I just speak for that?
Yes, okay. All right.
Just agree with you. I agree with you. I think there are many ways to do this. It just needs open communication it needs open communication and, you know, a structure around which we're putting in place. So we're very open to that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The other thing I'd just like to ask about is about noise, and I think your noise consultant, if I understood earlier on, you had made the point that, and I need to make certain I use the correct technical term, that you had said that you thought the noise generated by the playground would not meet the significant observed adverse effect level, other than in relation to it's the property in Douro Place, which is immediately about the school site. Am I correct? And that was my interpretation of what you said earlier on. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So the only property that is exposed to the significant observed adverse effect level is 11A Douro Place. And to answer an earlier query with regards to opening windows and ventilation, that property has got openable windows on the north shielded facade. So if it's break time, they can open their windows on the north side. There's a roof light on the other side, so that you can ventilate those rooms from the other side while having the south rooms have sound insulation.
And the next question I had was related to the playground, the base material, because clearly children running around on tarmac is going to make a lot more noise. What material is proposed as being the surface for the external space?
We have, it's not Astray, but it's effectively, we don't have tarmac. We don't have tarmac in any of our schools. You need tarmac for the vehicles, but not for the children.
Okay, thank you very much. Emma, and then Sonia, and then Tom to finish.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm sorry I did utter baloney asking residents telling near neighbours when they can open and close their windows. I think that is incredibly offensive. I really do. But I wanted to address the residents. Particularly Michael, or maybe Barrister, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. But there was an explicit instruction here in 6.58 from the Environmental Health Officer. It wasn't that the Environmental Health Officer had a few residual complaints, concerns. The Environmental Health Officer concluded that the use of the playground should be avoided. And that's very clear. And hearing all the things we've heard earlier about, we talked to the officers about this, and we're compliant with this, and we're compliant with this, and we're compliant with this. This has just been glossed over, and I think it's very important, actually, that this is an instruction from environmental health, which has been completely ignored. And I am concerned about that. And the other thing is, just to continue the argument about dropping off. I've dropped off 5-year-olds. You can't just dump them out of the car, you have to stop your car, take them out, and make sure they've got all their kit. It's absolute nonsense that you can just drop them. So the idea that you would just stop briefly and throw your child out of the car and it'll be fine. I just don't understand the logistics of that. So I'm concerned about that as well. But I don't know if you'd like to address this point that we're completely ignoring a very direct conclusion from environmental health. And what weight should we be giving that? Because you've looked into this obviously. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The assessment of noise is a technical matter. The council's own technical expert is the EHO, and the EHO's advice carries significant weight, and the council is entitled to give it significant weight, not least because the EHO is wholly independent of any of the parties, either the applicant or the objectors. You also have 2 expert reports submitted from Mr. Rogers on behalf of Mr. Pickett, all of which bear a declaration that he is giving his report as an independent expert owing a duty to the committee. He shares the concerns of the EHO. You rightly emphasise drop-off noise. when the applicant presented, you were told there were 3 sources of noise, plant, breakout, and the playground. Of course, there is a 4th very important source, which is the pick-up and drop-off noise. The EHO's advice is both the playground noise and the pick-up and drop-off noise cross the significant observed adverse effect level and should lead to the refusal of the application. The applicant disagrees with the assessment as to the level of impact, but you have the EHO's advice that the applicant's methodology is flawed in 2 respects. That criticism is shared by Mr. Rogers. There is nothing in the officer's report to explain why you should reject your own EHO's officer's advice. You heard nothing from the applicant. Effectively, what you heard in answer to one of the earlier questions was a suggestion there was some dialogue. Noise is a subjective matter. They looked at some physical mitigation, but that was impractical, so there are the limits on the number of hours that the playground will be used during the day. The evidence from Mr. Rogers and the EHO is that noise levels will be raised by 20 decibels, and that's 4 times subjectively louder than the present situation. That will endure for all the hours that the playground is in operation. One of the comments made was that there were 7 forms and the reception don't play outside. The planning statement says that there's a canopy at the rear facing 15 to 16 Douro Place to facilitate early years play, including in wet weather. So actually it's the early years which will be using the outside space most intensively. So in summary, I commend the advice of the EHO and ask you to refuse this application.
Thank you.
Sonia.
Thank you. Question to the objectors and residents and councillors. Could you explain a little bit more about what the impact of the extension to the eastern half of the building will have? My understanding is that it will overlook 2 gardens and there would be some sort of effect in regards to sunlight on Douro Place. So
I can't hear what you're saying.
yes, can anyone please talk to the impact that will have on neighbouring residents? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing what you're saying.
Do I need to ask that again? Could someone explain, one of the objectors, a little bit more about the impact that the proposal to extend the eastern half of the building will have on neighbouring residences, whether it will be overlooking anyone's gardens, whether it will impact sunlight, and so on?
Thank you. Yes, it hasn't really come up in the conversation, and I guess it's sort of supplementary to the other bigger issues that we've been discussing, but you'll have seen on the photos that the proposal does extend the building on the northern side that backs on to those properties on Douro Place, and it brings it a lot closer to the gardens and properties there. So it does have an impact on sunlight directly of those properties. I think some of the objectors might have shared the reports with you on that. But also the proposal adds the 12 windows on the back side. So, you know, in terms of added noise from kids running, I remember as a child, when we used to run up and down corridors, the noise that you would, the noise that would be caused then. I think, again, if you minded to approval, I think that it is a smaller point, but a condition on those windows that are closest to those back gardens that are being added, if those could be, you know, at least at the lower levels kept shut, I think that would also help, because as I say, you've got the problems there with the sunlight, but also in the day-to-day. It would, I think, it would be very difficult for those residents who live right next to the school.
James, could I answer your question?
Yeah, Michael, I'm afraid
It's the question of drop-off.
It's extremely brief.
Yes.
Okay.
I live dead opposite the Cotsmore Gardens school, and I observe what parents do. They drive straight up to the gate of the school. They never venture more than 50, 100 metres away. The idea of them going to Prince of Wales Terrace and then walking doesn't happen.
Okay,
And
all right.
that's
well,
true before.
I will take that. Thank you. I will
was-
take that as a response to the issue which I raised
It's a
with the applicant.
non-starter.
But that's fine. That's understood. It's a fair point. There's a perfectly reasonable argument about how far, well, particularly smaller children might reasonably be expected to walk. I mean, that's a perfectly fair point. Good. Well, I think we've probably, Tom, have you got just a last question? And then I think we need to move. Okay. Yeah. Of course.
Thank you very much, Chairman. No, the first one's just a final follow-up on the 400 versus 500, because now I understand what you're saying. It's just raised another question. So you're saying that you're not going to increase class size at sort of 4 years old at entry level, but you believe retention rates will be greater, so you want that freedom to allow everyone to stay the whole way through. But if I were you and retention rates stayed exactly the same and kids started dropping out and parents came to me and said, oh, we've just moved from Paris, moved back from New York, our kids are 7, 8 years old, do you have any spots available? And you had, because retention rates are never 100%, of course I would say, yes, we do have spots, we're allowed to go up to 500 now, so we'll fill those spots. So you will actually guarantee that 500 will be hit by refilling the spots, and that's no criticism. It's just what would be a sensible thing to do. So I don't know if I know that's more of a statement than a question, but I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add to that.
The only thing I'd say is that it's an honour and a privilege to educate the children of your residents of the borough, and the more local they are, they're a remarkable group of really talented children who need a really fantastic school, and I'm not sure why we would seek to deny them that if they are in residence of your borough. They're local, they're in the wards adjacent. They want a creative art school full of art, music, drama, sports, IT, games, languages, trips. They can have it if they come to Thomas's. And I'm not sure why I would look a parent in the eye and say, I'm sorry, I'm going to deny it to you.
And then the final question is on glazing, on double glazing, because there's something in the report around 11A, Duro being offered double or triple glazing. In the promotional literature you sent us, it mentions double glazing for all, I can't find the exact line, but basically all properties overlooking the playground. So are you or would you be willing to offer to pay for double or triple glazing of all properties overlooking the playground, including those in Kensington Court?
I mean, the answer is, if it was the make or break on the application, yes.
So if I've understood, the answer is yes. If it were it to be,
were it to be a make or break on the application,
were it to be
just to be absolutely clear, there's one window which is on the absolute perimeter wall, which is a Muse house to a main house, and it isn't the main house, and they don't live there, and we had very good and cordial relationship with the owner, and we came to an agreement on that particular property. All other properties seem to be within the requirements for noise.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, thank you very much indeed. So thanks for everyone who spoke and asked our questions. We're now going to move the discussion on to the next phase, which is where members of the committee are able to ask officers questions. I'd like to go first, actually, and address this issue about numbers. Now, the 400 at the moment comes from right back in 1979, and then was upheld on appeal in 1981, I think. Now, I'm assuming planning policies have changed quite a lot in 40 years, but if we were minded to, would the idea of retaining a condition that had a limit on the school numbers, is that something that that officers feel we would be entitled to do? If supposing, I'm just picking a number, but supposing we said 450 was acceptable to us, bearing in mind all of the things we've heard about noise and traffic and things. I just want to ask the question of officers, is that something that you think we could reasonably do?
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to clarify one thing. So the cap number is from 2008 permission. The one on Cotsmore Gardens restrict the use of the outdoor space as a playground. So I just wanted to clarify that. It would be it could be possible to restrict the numbers to 450. There would have to be a review mechanism put in place within the section 106. However, we've made the assessment based on the numbers proposed, and based on our recommendation, the site is suitable for 500. However, if the members of committee would think it's suitable to cap it, then we can review
so
it.
in other words, you say the officer recommendation is that 500 is acceptable, but if we wish to do something different, that would be reasonable in terms of the tests for conditions, that's something that we'd be entitled to do.
Chairman, perhaps if I could just elaborate very slightly. Yes, I mean, as a planning committee, you're certainly entitled to choose a number. In terms of choosing a number, you would need to be satisfied that choosing that number didn't significantly affect the success or operation of the development. It would have to be a reasonable number. Random numbers are slightly dangerous because the rationale behind the number really needs to be understood. I think it's often tempting to pluck a number out of the sky, but that there should be a rationale to that in order to make that a reasonable condition.
And my next point of clarification really is that I think the traffic management plan, I mean, to my mind, what's been put in front of us as a draft is, it's a starting point. But I think a lot of work probably, in my opinion, would need to be done to make that acceptable, including a very detailed consultation as to whether a school street, which I know some people are in favour of, other people are dead against, and also some of these other detailed consultations with residents, some of whom may not have been terribly engaged to date. And I think that would be, I think having those conditions come back to committee, I would have thought that's something entirely reasonable to ask. Yeah.
That's correct, Chairman.
And my final point really is about the glazed infill extension. I mean, to my mind, having something that is really entirely glazed, I don't think would really be very desirable at all. Supposing in later discussion we were to say that we wanted a greater degree of solidity in that infill, that's something we could do. Would we have to try and specify a degree to an extent? Or possibly, Councillor Bennett has just suggested that might be something, a detail that had to come back to committee. Do you have any comments on that?
Chairman, I think my advice would be that it may not be very successful to very quickly and arbitrarily try and specify an amount of solidity versus an amount of glazing. I mean, the conditions that are recommended at the moment do require the details of that to be submitted, and of course they could be brought back to committee. I think that obviously an amount of work would have to take place to identify the correct amount of solidity and how that would be done. There could be different solutions.
So in other words, the correct way to do it would be to say it needs to be brought back to committee, but the committee in its conversations would have given a definite steer as to what they felt was what was required. And that would be the way of doing it. Okay. So, colleagues, question to officers. Now, at this stage, we're asking for questions to officers. We are not actually making a decision immediately about the application. Gerard, please.
Two questions, really. One following on from yours, I'm afraid, on numbers. The suggestion of staggering it in year 1, year 2, which the residents have mentioned, is that something we could possibly look at as a condition or as a part of the...
Do you mean in terms of the cap numbers
Yeah.
That same as my colleague.
Moving to a new building, let's see how it works on 400, and if it's successful, the residents were seem to say, we might then look at increasing it in year 2, 3 or 4 or whatever.
So you still talk about the cap numbers, are you? So, yeah, because, thinking about this, I mean, as Derek said, 450 is just...
Sorry, could you...
Sorry. Yeah, the cap numbers, whether it should be 400, 450 or 500. I mean, there's a condition 35, which is restricting the number to 400 at the moment. Is it 35?
500.
35, oh, right, sorry, shall not exceed 500. I'm just a bit worried about just picking an arbitrary number here, and I was just wondering if there is something that we could do to sort of make it more meaningful.
Is 500 itself not an arbitrary number as well?
Well, it could be argued that, but...
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have a second question, if that's good enough. Can the officers please just clarify this business of the recommendation of the EHO, Environmental Health Officer, and the discrepancy between the noise that we've had in this discussion tonight? We had a recommendation by the Environmental Health Officer, yet we're not taking it. Could you explain all of that, please?
So yes, the Environmental Health Officer has objected to the proposed playground, and he has concerns about the arrivals and departure of the pupils. However, as a local planning authority, we have to make the planning balance judgment, so we have to take into consideration all the mitigation that is being put on in front of us, and also the impact that they would be having on the residential properties. So in terms of our assessment, we have taken into consideration that there would be an impact on the neighboring properties in terms of the noise. However, the mitigation that has been put forwards would be suitable in this case. Also, the site is a suitable location for a school. It has been in educational use for numbers of years. So in terms of our overall local plan policies, that is something that we would support within the residential area. So we have taken that there will be an impact on the neighboring properties from the playground. However, the use of the playground and the noise management plan would take into consideration the numbers of pupils using it, the hours as well, and there is a condition recommended to restrict the use between 8 to 3, and there's no use at the weekends and bank holidays.
Sorry, could I just get a little bit more clarity on that? So, my understanding is the Environmental Health Officer first made his or her recommendation, and then the applicants proposed a number of mitigation measures. So did the Environmental Health Officer then respond to those mitigation measures? Was there a second opinion or an assessment of the effectiveness of those measures?
Yeah, so we have received the first acoustic noise report, which has been verified by our Environmental Health Officer, and he's raised numerous concerns, including lack of the noise management plan, and we were not sure how the playground is going to be used, how many pupils going to be used by. So we have requested additional information from the applicant to clarify those points, and that formed part of the second addendum report, which included the draft noise management plan, which also has been scrutinized by the Environmental Health Officer, and he did conclude that those mitigation measures would still, the playground should still be avoided.
So so is the answer that yes, the Environmental Health Officer did provide us another assessment?
Yes.
And what was this? Was it accept? So he's still recommended avoiding?
Yes, he's still objecting to the proposal.
Okay.
Mostly to the playground and the arrival departure. The noise from within the building is easily managed because there could be other mitigation on that part.
There's one other question. So in 6.57 it says, the existing school at Cotsmore Gardens has a condition attached to ensure that the garden shall not be at any time used for play facilities, and that is in place to safeguard the amenities of nearby residents. So I suppose my question is, what is the difference between the residents of Cotsmore Gardens and St Albans?
Sorry, which paragraph? Oh,
6.57, but actually that might be the one from December. Let me see if it's the same.
Yeah, so we have looked at that.
6.56 now, thank you.
We have looked at the history of that property, and in terms of the conditions that was put on that permission, and also the appeal that was upheld. It is a different site because Atlantic House is a much bigger site. The Cotsmore Gardens site has been built as a house, residential property, which then was converted to a school. The Atlantic House is just different in terms of its character, size, and the location as well. So different new assessment had to be made in terms of the new location, new arrangement, and also new policies that are in front of us now.
Okay, final question, Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just going back to the point on noise and environmental health, we heard two different opinions from either side on whether the determination that it would cause, I can't remember the exact time, but significant harm effectively, whether that could be balanced against benefits, and I think the applicant said it can be, and the objector said no, it can't be balanced against benefits, it's absolute. Could you comment on that, please?
So in terms of the balancing exercise, we took into consideration the mitigation that proposed, and then we've recommended that the mitigation would reasonably minimize and mitigate those impacts, and the proposal of the school would be suitable in this location. That was our planning judgment.
So do we have an opinion on whether it will likely cause significant harm or not?
Our environmental health officers raised concerns in terms of the playground and arrival and departure.
Okay, so we think it might cause significant harm, but we're balanced. Just want to be clear, with the balancing is relevant.
That's correct.
Okay.
Very good. Well, I would suggest that we now take a short break, and when we come back, we will then move on to consider the other three applications in a similar fashion, and then once we have done that, then we will have to come to a conclusion by voting on all four of the applications that are in front of us. So if we maybe have a 5-minute break. Thank you.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. Check, 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 check. 2, 2, 2. Talking, talking, talking. Hello, 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 hello.
start again in a couple of minutes, please. Okay, if we can now resume. So can we now turn to the first of the Cotsmore Gardens applications? So, Julia, back to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Next slide, please. So this application seeks planning permission for the change of use from educational to residential use to create 5 flats, an extension including mansard roof extension, rear and side extensions, and roof terraces. This is the area view showing the site, marked Thomas Kensington London School, and surrounding properties. Next slide, please. This is the area view of the site, showing the side elevation and other mansard roof extensions within the vicinity of the site. Next slide, please. This is the area view of the rear elevation and the terraces along Cotsmore Gardens. As you can see, there are some lower level roof terraces within the vicinity of the site. Next slide, please. The existing front elevation. Next slide, please. Existing rear elevation. Existing side elevation along Stanford Road. Proposed front elevation. Red lines outlines the existing building. Next slide. The proposed rear elevation showing the proposed terraces. Next slide, please. The proposed street elevation. The proposed side elevation, which would be seen from properties along Cotsmore Gardens. The existing and proposed rear massing. The existing on the left-hand side and proposed on the right-hand side. Next. This is some indicative visuals of the front elevation. And the next slide, please. The visuals of the rear and side elevation. I would like to draw your attention to the addendum report and additional representations that were received. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Now we have speakers registered, and I think the first speaker, Mr. Purchase, are you?
Chairman,
us,
yes.
Yes, please. So you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Well, Chairman, I hope actually I have up to 5, because Mr. Whedon-Sands has given me his 2 for this time.
Oh,
so
right.
That's
well,
what
in that case, that's absolutely fine.
I'm afraid you have
between you. That's
have to put up with 5, but
yeah,
there we are.
Of course. Thank you.
So, by way of introduction, I live on Stamford Road, opposite the building 17 to 19. I am here in my own capacity and on behalf of those local residents who are listed on the Q&A here. Good news, Chair. I'm not going to address you or the committee about traffic issues. But if any of you have questions of what it's like on the ground, I can tell you there's Mr. Maunder sitting in front of me, Mrs. Maunder, and Mrs. Hunting, and they can answer your questions. I'm going to address 3 substantial proposed changes to these attractive existing properties. Those objections that we have relate to 3 aspects. First of all, the introduction of 9 terraces. Second, the proposal to add a mansard roof across both buildings. And then thirdly, to add, and you can see it on this visual, at the top level of an extension, another half extension at the rear of the building. Now, before I get into the detail of the objections, I want to start with something that I consider is important,
you as an experienced committee may see this as an obvious point. Our objections to the proposals have nothing to do with the move to Atlantic House. The proposed school move doesn't depend on you granting the applicant's permission for these buildings into what we object. The developer makes no case to you on viability. If you want to ask about viability, Mr. Waters is here, and I believe, Chair, you're going to ask him a question about that, I hope. The local residents are confident that the Planning Committee will see that the controversial parts of these proposals are for what they are, and that is to maximise profits for the applicant and developers. Now, there's nothing wrong with that on its own, but it's quite wrong when it's to the substantial detriment to the conservation area. It contravenes local policy guidelines, and it materially negatively impacts on the local residents. Now, starting with the terraces, what do we have with the proposals? Absent the terraces, there are two houses with garden space across the width of both of them. Two properties a stone's throw from Kensington Gardens with luxury, light-filled apartments. What's proposed, when you come to consider this, I urge you to look at the north elevation and west elevation, are huge terraces at the back at second and third floor level. You were just shown by the planning officer the back of those buildings. Nothing like that as a precedent. The objections are straightforward. The local plan contraventions of CL1, 5, 6, 8 and 9. I don't have time to take you through each of those, but we'll do two. CL1, it's out of keeping with the area. There is no precedent of this many terraces on this many levels on the north side of Cotsmore Gardens or the south side of St Albans Grove. It's a point recognised by the planning officer, but now dismissed. Why, you might ask? It'll be obtrusive and invasive on the streets, particularly Stamford Road. On to CL5. It's a serious detriment to the neighbouring properties. It doesn't take into account the prevailing characteristics of the areas, a point you might want to raise with the planning officer. It doesn't ensure daylight and sunlight to the local properties, something I can help you on in response to questions if you wish. And it doesn't provide any, and I assert any, let alone reasonable visual privacy for the occupants of the existing properties. I'll come back to that. And it results in harmful increase in a sense of enclosure on the street. Now, the questions that you may wish to ask the residents are those that live here who will be affected by it. Mrs. Hunting in the building next door on Cotsmore Gardens, Mr. and Mrs. Maunder, 3 Stamford Road, and me. I'll just give you a brief insight into the personal perspective. Facing onto Stamford Road will be 4 new terraces not there before, with direct line of sight into our bathrooms and our bedrooms. The planning officer says this has no impact. She seems to say that that's distance, but if you look at the local plan policy 22.3.38 to 22.3.40, you'll find our property is within the recommended 18 metres. Look at the applicant's own plans. Has any weight been placed there? None whatsoever at all. So we wouldn't previously have been overlooked in our bedroom and bathrooms, and it's said to not be a material consideration. Well, tell that to my 10-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old son, my niece, my wife, and myself, when they use the lavatory, when they use the bathroom. Why has the planning officer changed her mind? I put in my letter and I can explain the chronology of events, but this was an issue she recognised back in February. It's something the applicant then engaged with, came up with a proposal for planters of 1.8 to 3 metres. It was then pointed out that the impact of that would be ridiculous in terms of massing sunlight and daylight. And what has happened? Has a better proposal come up? No, it's been dropped. And what you're being told is, oh, this can be dealt with by a condition, yet another thing that can be pushed off to the future. But if the applicant and its phalanx of advisors that you can see here have not been able to come up with a solution in the past 12 months, this isn't something you as a committee should push off to the planning officer going forwards. You should refuse the application because it doesn't have the proposals to address a known issue. And if you're not prepared to do that, you should insist it comes back to committee. On the mansard, it's a simple point. It's a serious detriment to the conservation area. The north side of Cotsmore Gardens is singled out on 2 occasions for its not having mansards and its hip-shaped roofs. And you saw that when you looked at the 35 aerial view. Yet the planning officer says it's okay because there are other mansards. But when you look at the De Vere Conservation Aerial Appraisal and look at the relevant paragraphs, I can take them to you in questions, you'll see that the north side and south side are directly contrasted. The north side being good, the south side not.
I think you need to conclude your remarks. I'm sure colleagues will pursue these points that you've
I have just a bit on the extension. I'll pick that up with
just
1400.
very quickly. Just briefly at the end, yeah.
Well, the extension, you have the point that it's coming out across. The one point the planning officer has as a justification for this is it's coming out across an existing extension. But go look at the De Vere Conservation Area Appraisal. That gap is celebrated. Views of the street across the back gardens and up to the sky are something to be preserved. You shouldn't use an extension that infills that to justify a further extension. It's using bad to create worse. And I'll address you in due course on 1400.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So if I turn to the applicant team, who would like to lead off on this? Yeah.
I'm going to lead off on this, and we've got our experts to talk about daylight and sunlight and such like if that's an issue. This scheme is part of the overall package involving a land use swap. It seeks to return these buildings back to their original use for residential purposes, provides 5 good quality new residential units and an appropriate mix in accordance with the plan. In terms of background, we did undertake a public consultation as well. A number of things came out of that, the desirability for a noise condition in relation to the adjoining property, which we're happy to embrace, more screening, such like, and a desire to see a house scheme, and we have put in a house scheme, which I know is coming up next. I'll do firstly with the mansard. It's suggested that it's out of keeping with the conservation area, but it is actually a very common form of roof and is in a traditional way of either building a 19th century property or extending a 19th century property. And we see mansard roofs at 2 to 4 Cotsmore Gardens, 10 to 16, 13 Cotsmore Gardens. So it is part of the character of the area. And the officer's report concludes that the overall massing and scale is comfortable. We've worked with the design officer to ensure that the design is appropriate. It's a traditional mansard with slates, dormer windows, and a slope, although there are a variety, and an appropriate slope, variety of different forms of mansards in the immediate vicinity. So I don't believe it's out of character. There are also some further benefits which should be considered. Firstly, the replacement of the casement windows, which are completely inappropriate on the facade, with traditional sliding sash windows. Replacing the side elevation, which has been talked about, which is fairly haphazard as it currently exists, to create much more uniform elevations, which is again considered by the design officer and the officer as appropriate, and the improvement to the front gardens, because at the moment they're obviously given over to school use. Front gardens, boundary treatment are very important in the visual appearance of buildings in the conservation area. So I think there are a number of very positive benefits coming out of this. I'll turn now to residential amenity, and CL5, which has been referred to, does refer as a starting point to take into account the characteristics of the area. So that's an important consideration when looking at this. In terms of daylight and sunlight, there is full compliance with all the BRE tests, both in terms of impact on windows and amenity space, and that is very rare in this borough. Generally, there has to be some concession on daylight and sunlight because it's an urban area. In terms of terraces, the provision of terraces is something that an outdoor amenity space is required by policies both in the London plan and your local plan to provide outdoor amenity space to new residential properties. Obviously, one has to regard the impact of that, but as a principle, it's something that is very much supported and endorsed by policy. And there are other terraces in this area. number 3, Stamford Road, number 5, 346, St Albans Grove. So there are, terraces are a factor, which is why the officer, as I said, it's part of the prevailing character, and in terms of any overlooking, that has to be taken into account. And when you go on site and judge this, you can see, I think, when you're looking at the terraces, that it's not going to cause the harm that's suggested. There's sufficient distance involved here. Certainly not anything out of character in terms of the distance from terrace to terrace. In terms of noise, the plant is put underground and properly, and there's also a condition to insulate the wall with the adjoining property in Cotsmore Gardens as requested by the resident. So I see there are a number of benefits from this scheme. Firstly, it's part of the land use swap that brings forward the increase in social and community use. Secondly, it brings forward 5 new residential units, which are clearly needed. Thirdly, it is an appropriate mix. Fourthly, I think there are conservation area benefits that are brought forwards in terms of landscaping and the better elevation and such like. And lastly, it brings forward sustainability measures in terms of air source heat pumps and carbon reduction over and above the minimum requirements. So I think as a scheme, it does accord with policy, and I hope you can endorse the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? I think I'd like to go first. Looking at this, I don't have a problem with a lot of the proposal, but I would like to ask the applicant, it seems to me that the size of the terraces and also how high up on buildings they are, it really does seem to me to be rather out of character. I mean, this is not it's not a new development, a new modern block being built, where I agree policies that have there's a strong presumption there has to be external space. It's not really like that. You've got what are obviously originally 2 houses that are now, this proposal is they are converted. I just feel those terraces their impact on amenity of neighbours, as has been mentioned, seems to me to be excessive. What do you respond to that? And if we were to seek to alter by condition the extent of these terraces, is that something that you would reluctantly accept was necessary, or do you have any comments on this issue?
I haven't really discussed it with any of the rest of the team, but I think if there was a reasonable proposal which left a sensible terrace arrangement which met the sort of minimum standards for amenity space, that could be something that might be capable of being looked at. But my starting position is, there are many buildings in the borough where and the application of Victoria Road would be looking at, high-level terraces there. There are high-level and they're low-level terraces. And I think we have pulled the terrace back, for example, from the adjoining property at Cotsmore Road. And I think given the distances involved, that it won't cause an impact, and it is clearly desirable to provide good outdoor amenity space for a whole host of reasons. I think, within the elevations that they've been carefully considered in terms of using appropriate railings and such like in terms of the design of the terraces. So I don't personally think that, given I've been involved in many schemes, that it would be harmful. But I'm not saying no, we wouldn't consider the possibility if you felt that there was serious harm, which I don't think there is, to look at some redesign of the terraces. I don't know whether it might be appropriate for the architect, perhaps, who drew up the elevations, to maybe add something in this matter. Perhaps he might
yes,
like to.
Just briefly, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Chris Darling. I'm the architect for the 2 residential components of the project. The terraces sit on top of roofs which cascade down to create a transition in scale and to reflect more or less the existing massing along Stanford Road. And in terms of privacy across Stanford Road, it's an 18-metre dimension in a westward direction across Stanford Road. It's quite a generous dimension in terms of privacy acceptability. Yes, if the committee deems it a crucial point, the extent of the terraces could be, or if I put it a different way, the privacy screen that we've agreed with officers could be set back slightly from the facade line to have less impact on that elevation as it faces Stanford Road. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Colleague, Emma.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I've got a question, one question for Mr. Purchase and one for, I'm not sure who, of the applicants. Mr. Purchase, you've just been hearing a response about your concern about, particularly about the balconies, which is one of my few concerns. Actually, I'm not sure about the roof extension and so on, but that is obviously your main concern. Are you reassured by what you've just heard, that there will be some redesign, or not really?
Well, absolutely not, because there's been 2 points on this. First of all, if you use the applicant's scale drawings, which is what I did, assuming they're accurate, the distance as measured is actually 16 metres. We've just been told it's been 18 metres. But whether it's 16 or 18 doesn't really matter if my wife and daughter are being looked at straight across. And the idea they're going to make some tweaks on the balconies just doesn't begin to get there.
Okay.
Yes, the terraces are a major issue.
Okay.
The mansard is really important, and that's not just about local amenity, that's about conservation area.
There are some on from the photos, there's some on a house a few down. Are you saying these are bigger?
Nothing at that level, nothing at that level, nothing with the serried terraces that you get. I mean, I don't want to use this expression, but it's the hanging gardens of Cotsmore Gardens. I mean, there is nothing like that. And to say, as you've heard, oh, I'll find them in Victoria Road on another application, that's not what your policy tells you. Your policy looks at the amenity that exists in that area on those particular houses. And it says quite a lot about the applicant's approach, that they can't come up with an example in that nice garden square environment you saw. I think it was 36 and 37 slides, where there aren't examples of this, let alone at every level going down. Yes, you'll find examples at ground and first floor, but nothing like this. And nothing on the street.
So is your fear that it could set a precedent then for the De Vere Conservation Area, which is one of our most beautiful areas?
Well, and to that point, if I could assist you, and I don't want to trespass on your expertise, but you will be familiar with the De Vere Conservation proposal. And it's been said, well, there are examples of this, and it's not out of keeping. But if you look at what's said about this particular part of the conservation area, you find that the north side is singled out and contrasted with the south side about cliff-like massing and about mansard roofs.
Okay.
And yet, it said, oh, there's some mansard roofs around in the borough. It's just not paying any attention to your own conservation area appraisal. And then, if you look at the planning officer's report, the justification is there is one example on the north side of a mansard roof. Just one example. Now, we pause there. The De Vere conservation appraisals happened since that mansard was up.
Okay, yes, I understand.
It's not a justification. It's actually a great congratulation to planning control that there haven't been any more mansards put up. And you don't want to be the planning committee to do that.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask one question to the applicant?
Yes, one
Just
more.
one about,
Yeah, of course.
I want somebody to talk me through, please, the loss of housing units and why we're supposed to think this is okay in this situation, because I don't think it is. Who can convince me that we're absolutely fine to lose 24 or 27 housing units?
I'll deal with that. The first position is to look at Atlantic House, which is where you're talking about the loss of student accommodation, which arguably is not the type of residential accommodation that the borough are seeking to promote, and indeed in the 2022 housing needs study it was considered there wasn't need for student accommodation, and that the focus should be on conventional C3 housing and affordable housing in particular. So you've got to bear in mind the type of housing that is being lost in the balance. And you also need to bear in mind that if one's looking at Atlantic House, as I said in my previous presentation, the one instance where, or one of the very few instances where housing can be lost is where you're losing it to a social and community use that predominantly serves the borough's needs of the borough's residents. 84% in this case are borough residents. So there is no policy conflict per se in the loss of those units at Atlantic House. Now, in contrast, both in Cotsmore Gardens and Victoria Road, which we'll come on to, there is the provision of the type of housing that is identified in the housing need in terms of C3 market housing, and both bring forwards a number of housing units. So that is the, if you like, the justification for
so
that.
in addition,
and that student accommodation is not treated as one unit per student accommodation unit.
I understand that.
There is a formula, but I think you need to look at one needs to look at the competing needs in the housing needs study for these different types of accommodation as well as the policy.
On that point is the issue about contribution towards affordable housing, given that this is a very valuable business which is setting up in the middle of De Vere and expanding, and equally new homes and so on for the wealthier residents, and there's no contribution to affordable housing, although it's very minuscule. So there was a question in one of the many letters that I read about the financial viability assessment and when it was done and if it was accurate. So can you convince me that the financial viability assessment, which was done a year or two ago, is still...
Actually, Councillor Denko,
sorry.
I absolutely agree with you. I think this is an issue which we do need to explore. I think maybe the best way of doing it is that it's Mr. Waters who's made these representations specifically about viability. I would suggest that we invite him to expand on his representations, so he is an objector, and then I think it would be fair if then the applicant team have the opportunity to respond to what he says. Maybe that's the best way of doing it.
So we do have our viability expert here to answer
that's absolutely fine. So I think, Mr. Waters, if you would like to go ahead and address the specific point that you wish to make.
Thank you very much. So my name is Patrick Waters. Excuse me. I'm a chartered surveyor. Some of you will know me because I worked for 10 years on a development called Holland Green with Stuart Lipton and the Design Museum, and others will know me because I'm the development director responsible for K1, which I've been working on for 7 years and was coming to an end shortly soon. The reason I mentioned these two developments is that the combined affordable housing contribution and or community contributions totaled over 60 million. So naturally, on these applications, I was very curious to know how they managed to make an application with no affordable housing contribution. So this is a very dry subject, and I will try and make it as painless as possible. But let's just get on and just discuss the basic premise. What the basic premise is that the existing use value for the existing buildings totals 23 million or thereabouts. They then carried out a residual valuation for the two new developments, which comes to 15 million or thereabouts. And what the case is there's a deficit in value between the two, and therefore there's no affordable housing. Now, what is important to establish or just confirm is the valuation date is today, or the day when you make the determination. So that leads me on to the first point, which was alluded to just a moment ago. The benchmark valuation is underwritten by a Knight Frank bank valuation carried out in December 2020. Now, the justification from your officers that it's okay to accept a valuation which refers back to evidence in 2018 and 2019 is from their own surveyor, who says that he thinks that valuation is reasonable. That doesn't concur with the analysis and research by BNP Paribas, who have recently published a report, and they, in their view, that in the last 3 months, there's been a 10% reduction in values in central London for prime investments. Now, if you don't believe that, and you think that analyst was a lone wolf, then Mr. Delabinia's company repeats that evidence in published data, so does CBRE, so do Collier's. In fact, all the major firms of chartered surveyors have published reports recently which have indicated that there has been a significant sea change in values since interest rates were raised from the very low level of 0.1% when this valuation was carried out to the now 3.5%. There's been a massive change in value. So that's the first issue, is can this committee really rely on such a historic valuation? Now I turn to the second issue, and that is concerning the residual valuations carried out by the viability assessor. The RICS give guidance on how these appraisals should be carried out, and this is the document. That in turn refers to another document which is called Valuation of Development Property. I've got a copy here, and you're very welcome to see it, and we can discuss it further in questions. What that says is that if there is a land sale on a transaction, valuers should take that into account. That is what the RS guidance says. If there is a sale, you must take that into account, or you have to cross-check. Now, in this case, as I think we all know, the school has agreed a sale to a company called W8 Developments Limited, who coincidentally shares an office with Finchatton and has the same directors. So I think we can reasonably assume that the purchaser for both Cotsmore Gardens and Victoria Road is Finchatton. So therefore, the question is, why do we not have access to that information? In response, your offers say it is hearsay and is non-material. That is not the case. That is not what the RICS says. Now, following on from that, there is another document here, which is called Guidance on Viability, published by the government under the NPPF. That says local authorities can request data on price paid for land. So you as an authority are entitled to ask what the land has been sold for. And therefore I say to you, we don't. If we now move on to this document, which you will all recognise, which is the Mayor's document, and he calls for, in his document, openness and transparency. Sorry, I'm dragging on, but I'm near to the end here. So what I say to you, sorry, just one more point. What has been put to me by one of my other ward councillors is that we should be content to rely on a late-stage review. I don't believe that to be the case, because the starting point is you have to have a robust viability in the first place. And the late viability review is not intended to apply some sticky plaster to some viabilities which haven't been carried out in accordance with all the government's guidance laid out. So I would say a reliance on a late-stage review would be, and I've written here fudge, but I'm sure you could all find another word for that.
Right.
So my conclusion,
yes.
I'm wrapping up. You as a local authority are entitled to a robust viability assessment. The assessments you've been presented with, in my view, are flawed, they're out of date, and there isn't total transparency on the land price being paid. They do not comply with the standards, they are not robust. In my view, they are as watertight as a colander. And I urge this council to defer and request that all viabilities are done properly in full accordance with full disclosure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I think because this is an important issue, I think it's important that it's explored properly. If I can ask the applicant team, can somebody speak in somebody able to speak to this? Please, go ahead. Sir.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Pascal Levine. I'm similarly a chartered surveyor and registered valuer. So there was quite a bit in there, but I've read, excuse me, Mr. Waters' 2 submissions, which I believe were 28th and 30th of November. So I've been through those and had a look at the comments raised. So trying to sort of unpick the really important bits here, which will be of benefit to you and the other members. I suppose in the first instance, just to go back, the assessment that we submitted, DS2 submitted, was March 22, and it was supported by a Knight Frank valuation, which was, I believe, was dated December 20. So it's worth noting that upon submission of the DS2 work in March, officers asked Carter Jonas to undertake a review, which is standard practice, and they came back and agreed with our approach. There were a few variances in terms of some of the key variables in terms of values and costs, but that's fairly normal. You never get 2 valuers or 2 cost consultants to agree on everything. So, but they agreed fundamentally on methodology, and that's an important point. You'd have to ask officers as to why, but a second opinion was sought later in the year. I think that was October 22, and that's the report that Mr. Waters refers to, the BMPP report, which gets to the same answer as the DS2 report, which is that no contribution. But importantly, again, methodology, which is a key point in Mr. Waters' objection, methodology was an agreed point. So if you look at methodology, there are a number of documents that are being referred to. BMPP clearly aren't here to defend their position, so I can only speak on behalf of someone who does a lot of these assessments over the last 15 to 20 years. I suppose the key test in the SPG, so the Mayor's SPG, the Mayor of London's SPG, which is a guidance document for the development plan, which needs to reflect the MPPG, which is guidance to national planning policy, is very clear that it should be a benchmark land value. The test of viability is essentially a benchmark land value. So benchmark land value in this instance was the existing use value of the 3 properties. And EUV is the right way to do that, hence why we provided the Knight Frank valuation. And you look at that against a residual land valuation, an RLV. And I will draw attention to just a couple of paragraphs, because I think it's an important point Mr. Waters has raised. Just bear with me 2 seconds, if you wouldn't mind. So, as noted in Mr. Waters' objection, the approach, the methodology that we took does follow RICS guidance, mandatory guidance for chartered surveyors. And we are in full agreement with the Council's advisors, both of the Council's advisors on this point. I don't think it's in dispute, but I've heard the points have been raised. The RICS 2021 guidance note on planning viability refers clearly in section 5 to RLVs for planning purposes, residual land values, not market values. Hence, the use of comparable market information for planning viability is of limited value. I think the point that Mr. Waters makes is that in a red book valuation, and this isn't a red book valuation, it's a valuation for planning viability purposes, there is some element of crossover, but essentially, one of the reasons you would have, to give you an example, one of the reasons you would have a review mechanism is viability is undertaken on a present day, a current day basis. And the reason that most local authorities now pursue review mechanisms is it gives the local authority the opportunity to revisit costs and values in the future. So it is different. So if you use market information on purchase prices is invariably, one, it is specific to the person who's bought the site. It's not objective, and viability is clearly an objective test. And it's opaque. It's very, very difficult to disaggregate. So even if I'm valuing for a bank on a red book valuation, when you look at land evidence, it is very, very difficult to disseminate. But just to go back to the Mayor's SPG, it is very clear that the test in the Mayor's SPG is residual land value versus benchmark land value.
Chair, can I follow up?
Yes, thank you. Emma, just
I just want to
Yep.
follow up, if I may.
Yeah,
I just about followed all of that. Thank you for that explanation. But here we have, I understand, if this is correct, a building that has actually been sold, and we're talking about this specific case, not something theoretical. And if it has, you know, we're talking about the actual value, you know, the cost of this site, not just the residual value or whatever else other value. There is actually a known cost that and it's been bought. So that is what we should be looking at if we're trying to work out whether or not we can get some affordable housing contribution from it, surely. Are you saying that that's, you know, what is, that's completely irrelevant from what you've just been explaining to me? Because if it has been sold, it's no longer theoretical.
I think you'll be familiar with viability assessments you've seen come through the planning committee here. We don't adopt price paid, whether it's for the benchmark land value, so for the site that's being sold to the incumbent landowner. I mean, in this case, I've seen the objections Mr. Waters raised, and it's perhaps a question for the applicant. I am genuinely not familiar with the relationship between Thomas's, who I've been working for, and W8 Developments. That's a question you could fairly ask. But even if I've seen I think Mr. Waters, correct me if I'm wrong, it refers to price paid for Victoria Gardens and Victoria Road and Cotsmore Gardens of about 20 million. If that's the case, I haven't valued that. I don't know what went into those valuations. I don't know if it's on hope value for future growth expectations and so on and so on. So hence, none of the viability assessments that we undertake, it's an objective exercise. We shouldn't be seeking to personalise that planning application. That's the way that we would look at that. It is an objective exercise, and it's actually a point that BMPP make in their October 22 report, and it's one that I'm sure officers would be very familiar with. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, any other questions on this? Obviously, we've discussed viability at length there. Just coming back to the proposals, are there any particular just quick points? Tom?
Just, going back to the point on overlooking, and so question for Mr. Purchase. So am I right in saying that as regards your side of Stamford Road, the increased overlooking you're saying is because there are some windows there currently, but having terraces as well as windows, and there's going to be more overlooking?
So, yes, Councillor, that's absolutely correct, and you need to have a look at the degree of that. The overlooking currently is from a school. We heard a lot earlier about the school's limited daytime usage. You can imagine when our bedroom is in use and our bathrooms are principally in use. That is outside the school day. What's being proposed, of course, is from the terraces perspective, an entirely new set of terraces at different levels, west, east and north facing, onto the street. If they're flats, you can bet they're going to be Airbnb'd. They're going to be great party spaces, great for making money. Not so good for the local community. And I don't just mean the NIMBYs and those who live right next door. People who come up and down Stamford Road. People stop. It's a very quiet area. They stop, they take pictures, they look at the sky, they enjoy it. It's going to dramatically change all of that. And coming back to the overlooking, yes, there are windows currently from the school that look across, but nothing of the degree, and particularly when you think of height. If you think about the degree, if you're looking at a penthouse level where they want to build out over the proposed extension, that's going to look down into windows. You can't just have small frosted windows to cover it up. And at night, lights and silhouette, I mean, there isn't private, there is no... And I come back, and I won't delay you longer. I see the time, and we've got a lot more to get through. But remember, this was a problem identified by the planning officer. A solution was proposed. That solution was abandoned. Nothing's been brought up since.
And rather than just kick this down the road, as seems to be being suggested with all the difficult points on all of these applications, you need to grasp the nettle and decide whether there is any mitigation that's appropriate that should be put off for a condition, or refuse the applications as they are now proposed, and then come back another time.
Thank you.
Sonia, last question.
Up there. Just a clarification on the mansard. I don't mind who answers, open to both the objectors and applicants. James Purchase mentioned that the height, correct me if I'm wrong, the height of the mansard will be much different to the other one that's two doors down. In the visuals here, it looks quite similar. So I just wanted to clarify how this mansard would be different and how many mansards exist on the street.
So to clarify the first point, Mr. Thorne, who's here, should have been a speaker, will address the mansard on his house. If I've given the impression they're different heights between the one on number 13 and what's proposed, that's my fault, and I'm sorry, that's not what I intended. I don't know the heights. If you want to look at what it'll look like, I commend to you the south elevation. You can't see it when it comes up on there. You need to look at what's going to happen. You've got hip roofs at the moment, which are again in the conservation area plan, celebrated at 3.73 of the conservation area plan. What's then going to happen now is you're going to have a mansard on 19 and 17. It's going to meet a brick wall. It's going to drop down smack like that, and then it's going to go across and down. I mean, it's just destroying those hip-shaped roofs. Now, in terms of what happens on number 13, the point that is made, Mr. Thorne will explain to this, is it is the only one on the north side. And when you go back to the conservation area plan, what is focused on is the difference between the north side and the south side. The south side has got entirely mansards, but it's not a justification for undermining what's celebrated in the conservation area plan. But I'll let Mr. Thorne explain to you, who's just in front of me, about why his is the exception, if that's all right.
If I may, thank you very much, Chairman and Committee. Well, just broadly, as a general point, 76 years ago, none of this would have been happening because the owners of these buildings could have done pretty much whatever they wanted with them. In 1947, the Town and Country Planning Act changed that and created your roles, and therefore our presence here. The specific point about the Town and Country Planning Act was to control the development, visual and otherwise, of property globally, in London and in the country. So in that 76 years since the Act was passed by the Attlee government, no mansards have been approved by you or your predecessors on this committee. In the 80 years prior to 1947, when all of the buildings except number 1, that's 3 through to 19, were built as a single development by one of the first builders of mass development, call it mass, in that number of buildings then, at the time, only one mansard has been built on that street, and I live in that house. My mansard has a very wide external roof with a very wide gully between that roof and the mansard that I can walk down at 45 degrees to both with space. That mansard further continues at a very steep slope back and not very high, where my son's bedroom is, and he bumps his head on it. He's much taller than me. This is a very unmansardy mansard. But the main point is, no photographs of the north side of Cotsmore Gardens have been produced in this application that I can see, of the entire roof line. What you reference, Councillor, is a building with a well-known perspective view which diminishes the further you go back, which is my mansard, making it look decorously similar to the very large, very mansard proposal here. In 160 years, no one has built more than one mansard on this street, and it is a beautiful side of the street. The South Street is entirely higgledy-piggledy. It's been rebuilt, and honestly, to me, who lives on the north side, it looks like a mess. We don't want that on the north side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. No, I'm sorry. I think we need to move on. I think we've.
There's only so many people registered to speak.
Yeah, I think. I think. Thank you very much indeed for the points that are made. I think we do need to make move on. Colleagues, questions to officers. I'd like to go first. I would just like to make sure that, I mean, to my mind, I think the issue about some of these terraces, particularly the higher level ones, I think are really, they're not replicated elsewhere. I'm not happy about them. If my colleagues agreed with me, are they things that, by condition, we could remove or restrict?
Thank you, Chairman. So the application, the assessment was made on, as in front of you for the 9 terraces. It is a corner property, so in terms of the context of the site is slightly different than the other properties within the terrace. There are other lower level terraces, but that is correct, there are no terraces on the upper levels within the immediate context of the site. However, the terraces are not unusual within the wider area, but that is correct. Within the higher level, there are no terraces within the vicinity of the site. However, the assessment was made that it would be acceptable given the corner property, the size and scale of those terraces, that our recommendation was that they were acceptable.
Yes, but my question was, if we were, as a committee, to decide that we didn't wish to approve them, via condition, we would be able to remove them. I accept that the I guess, conservation officers were prepared to find them acceptable, but I'm asking something slightly different. Is that something that we've been entitled to do?
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, you could condition that they're removed, so notwithstanding what's shown on the approved drawings, you then need to think about other conditions around use of the flat roof that would remain to prevent them being used as terraces, but it's potentially pushing the remit of conditions, but you could, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Colleagues, any other, Gerard?
Could we just clarify this bit, please, about the 16 metres or the 18 metres overlooking and the concerns that the residents have about that, please?
Unfortunately, I don't have the measurements in front of me of the street, but it is, so I can confirm if I could measure, I can confirm that distance.
There are quite a few existing windows. There are windows that are different than what they are.
I think from memory, 18 metres would mean there was a presumption that that would be satisfactory. If it's slightly inside, I mean, that would be surely quite common in lots of locations in the borough. But can somebody perhaps help with Councillor Hargreaves' point?
Mr. Purchas's point that there appears to be a discrepancy and a change and various points that you were making. Could we just clarify all of that?
So your question is whether 18 metres is sufficient distance or whether it is 18 metres. Can I just confirm what the question is, Councillor Hargreaves, that you're asking?
The question is whether it is 18 metres, and if that is the rule, then that's the rule. But the other question is, from what Mr. Purchas was saying, is that there were some objections raised, there were some issues, and we seem to have glossed over those issues. There were mitigations, but we're not in there now. Can you just clarify all of what Mr. Purchas was saying, please?
So, do you want to?
I believe the objectors were referring to the pre-application letter that we've sent prior to submission of the planning application. So there were concerns raised for the terraces, and we did advise for the applicant to revisit those elements. As part of this current application, we had to make the assessment based on the plans in front of us, and then on the balance of the provision of the railings and privacy screens and setting it slightly away from the edges of the property, we've considered the terraces would be acceptable. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the measurement.
Just whilst Julia is doing that, the 18 metres is, I guess, a standardised approach to overlooking distances. It isn't in our policy. It's not something that we have in our local plan. We don't have a prescriptive distance for overlooking, and that's probably because you'd probably breach that with most of our urban grain is fairly tight back-to-backs. But generally, other local plan authorities have used 18 metres as a bit of a benchmark, which is possibly why you may well have heard it banded about in the way that it has, but we'll try and confirm the distance for you.
And Chair, whilst that is being done, just a question about the terraces that you're suggesting are removed, just to be absolutely clear. Can you just say which of the terraces that you're looking at having removed? Because there's obviously the ones on the lower level seem to be acceptable, but you were talking about the higher level terraces. So can you just say exactly which terraces you're referring to?
Well, I think I'm looking at slide 44, which is a proposed side elevation. And I think colleagues have just find that. I would suggest that the highest level terrace should be removed. Well, if we were minded, so, you know, if colleagues were minded. I think the next floor down, I think, would need to be restricted very considerably. And then I think at the two lower levels, I think that there's some evidence, there are other terraces around, and I think that on balance that would probably be regarded as acceptable, I would suggest. But it's up to my colleagues when we come to make a decision. But that would be my own thinking as to what I would feel I would suggest. Does that make sense?
So just the highest one and the one below it? Well, the highest one to be removed completely, the one below
Yes,
to be restricted.
and the one below it, I think, needs to be brought right back, so that it's, okay, I'm not suggesting it would be a Juliet balcony, but it's something where, in you know, sort of everyday language, you couldn't have a great collection of people having a party on right up at quite a high level on the building. That's what I'm getting at.
Just for the benefit of the room, can we put slide 42 up, please? Thank you.
I've got the distance measurements, if the chairman would like to. No? Yep. Yep. Could you put slide 45, please? So the distance from here until the boundary with number 12 is approximately 12.1 meters, and then between here and the porch is approximately 15.5 meters, and between the red line and the windows is approximately 16.6 meters, which we would consider comfortably distance within the borough.
Good. Any other questions to officers? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. So if we can now move on, please, to discuss the next application. We remain in the same buildings, but this is the application to create two houses. Now, this is recommended by officers for refusal. So the way in which we do this is switched around. So it's the applicant actually goes first. If you would like to speak to this proposal, then please, when you're ready, go ahead.
Yes, I'm not going to reiterate all the stuff about mansards and terraces, because I think the focus here is the fact that it's two houses rather than 5 flats, and it's a question of optimization, etc., as to whether there's a justification in this particular instance to go for 2 houses. Of course, you can have a number of planning permissions on the same site. Merely because you have one doesn't mean you can't have another one. So that has to be treated on its merits. We consider that there is a strong demand for new houses in converting these houses as they were originally built back to single-family houses. And it's very difficult to do that with a policy for optimization. But this is, a particular house that was originally as a house, and therefore I think there's some justification for looking at it in that sense. It's not a sort of new block of flats or anything. And there is a distinguishing factor from a normal circumstance in that this is linked to a number of other major planning benefits. So if you were to find that it didn't optimize the site, and it clearly doesn't in a sense because it's not 5 flats, you could say that the overall benefits were sufficient to still justify the 2 houses. It does revert the building back to its original use, which arguably is more in keeping with the conservation area because it was built as such, and the conservation area has semi-detached, detached and terrace houses within it. There are also some conservation area benefits because with a house you'd have less bins and bikes in the front garden. You'd have, arguably better front gardens as they were originally intended. And you have perhaps better use of rear gardens because they're associated with a family size house, perhaps more than flats. There are perhaps some benefits in terms of amenity, in terms of less people coming and going, some reduced overlooking maybe. But at the end of the day, it is not in accordance with your optimization policy. And so the question is, are the benefits in themselves that I've just outlined sufficient to outweigh that policy? And if you couple those with the other benefits that we've outlined in terms of social community use as an overall package, is that sufficient?
Thank you. Now, if I can turn to councillors and residents. Now, I think Councillor Whedon-Sands, did you wish to speak? And Mr. Purchase, do you wish to speak again on this?
We both would like to, Chair. You'll hear less of me this time.
Yeah.
The reason you hear less of me is obviously the points I've made apply with even more force if you're looking at 2 houses, with the justification for 9 terraces. And don't forget, these aren't just the terraces at the back. These are the balconies looking out directly across Stamford Road as well. So it's not just at the back, it's all around this building. So please bear that in mind. But the private benefit of the applicant and the developers and the money has got to be set against the public detriment in the context of houses. So with the terraces, you've got the point. The mansard, remember the justification for the mansard and the flats was to get another 2-bedroom flat on the top floor. But that was going to be 181% of the recommended minimum London plan. So why that can't be fitted in, as Mr. Thorns has, into the ordinary roof space, not explained. But why for 2 houses? You don't need these mansards. They've already got luxury space as it is. And the same for the extension. For the flats, it was meant to be a study or a 3rd bedroom. But there's no justification for that extension at the back and infilling and all the impact. The justifications are the same, but they ignore the conservation plans and the gaps. Now, I'm going to agree with Mr. Lobine for once, and that is that actually you've got to be careful when you're looking at the replacement of housing stock. You're going to lose, I think, over 60 student rooms, which on the planning officer's calculation is 36 homes. Now, subject to viability and money and affordable housing off-site, if you want to replace that, that's how you do it. But really, does it make a huge difference whether it is 7 luxury flats and 2 enormous townhouses, or 12 luxury flats? That's the dilemma. We said there's no difference at all. It's better you return these to the houses they originally were, and you maybe look at the viability point in terms of affordable housing off-site. The other point I would mention on both the flats and the houses is the question of soundproofing, which just hasn't been engaged. It's yet another thing that's being kicked off, both off the balconies and between the adjoining walls. And Mrs. Hunting will be able to, who's right next door in number 15, will be able to address questions to you. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, I'm pleased to know.
Okay. Actually, Mr. Hunting, since you've been mentioned, sir, would you like to come in at this point and then Councillor Wheaton-Sands maybe to follow, or how would you like to do this? Okay, all right.
And our microphone doesn't work? Oh, it does now.
I think it does work, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we live at number 15 and we've lived there since 1979. So it's our family house. The family still occupies it. My children come back a lot and so on. And what worries us about having the flats next door is having different units, different people living at each level. It's true that they could be bought as investment and be empty or let out as Airbnb, which would be horrible, but we could have different people living at different levels. Because we've lived in the area so long, we know that these Victorian houses were made for single families, and the noise comes from one to the other very, very easily. And at the moment, we have a staircase between us and the school, so that's a good buffer. And we can hear the children going up and down, but they only do that occasionally. If we had people living next door, we'd be able to hear them, probably even speaking. I can hear at one level where there's a passage, people speaking on the other side. The recommendation for soundproofing is really minor. It says that they are going to recommend that the developer puts in some kind of soundproofing to prevent transmission of excessive noise. That's what it boils down to. Well, excessive noise is very vague, and we would like no noise at all. But I don't know how practical that is. So from our point of view, we would certainly prefer 2 houses rather than 5 units right next door. And in fact, in the street when we moved there was the Greek Orthodox Students' Hostel, which was 12 and 14, which is now a single residence, and also number 16, which was something called Rivers House, and it was a home for Anglican nuns, and that's now just one house. So there is a precedent for that.
I need to stop you there because
Okay.
I would like Councillor Wheaton-Sands to have the opportunity just to conclude just a few sentences, please.
Right, thank you. Well, you've heard all the reasons to refuse this, I would say, are the same, should be the ones that you've heard initially. But I'm going to engage in slight mental hypothetical gymnastics. And my request to the committee would be, like I say, my ask would be that these both be rejected for the reasons you've heard, the terraces, the mansard, the extension. But if you were minded to approve the flats, God forbid, then my request would be, as alluded to by Mr. Purchase, that these 2 be restored as this be approved as well, and you ignore the officer recommendation to refuse, because I think it's far more important that we do restore the properties to their original as 2 houses. I think it would be unfortunate, to get all the problems that you have with the mansard and the terraces, but that would be far beneficial. And the only other point I would say is, given that my other request for a small condition would be given that we're turning houses back to what they were before, I think it would be unfair to apply the rule that the houses don't get a parking permit. I can't apply for a parking permit. I think, given that if they'd been houses the whole way through, they would be able to apply. I think it would be fair for those who do move in, if it does become houses, that they should equally be able to apply, given that it wouldn't cause that much more pressure in terms of parking in the area.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions to the parties, or are we happy with what we've heard? Gerard.
Thank you very much. To the applicants, on the 2 houses, the justification for the mansard, if you're going to return it to single houses, it would be preferable, would it not, to be return it as they were?
Well, in my view, the mansards are, if the mansards are acceptable in principle and in terms of design, then I think they should be approved. They can be approved as part of the housing scheme. We have to look at it in itself, and it provides more space. If the mansards are unacceptable, which I don't think they are, then obviously that's different. But I think the starting position is that the mansards, which have been considered by the design officer in great detail over many, many months, are acceptable in themselves.
Tom.
Yeah, just follow-up question on the mansards. Did you look at the option of having a mansard which was invisible from the road, or almost invisible, sort of coming back at such an angle that couldn't be seen?
I'm going to pass that on to the architect to comment on whether that's a feasible proposition.
The top part of the mansard is invisible from the road. It goes up at 84 degrees and then it chamfers off, and that upper part is not visible. The line you read is the ridge line of the steep part of the mansard, which is quite commonly found in Cotsmore Gardens on the south side, as has been said. There's no way we could set back that mansard so far back from the front parapet that it would be invisible. It would create a tiny slither of space, and therefore wouldn't be worth constructing.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Now, questions to officers about...
Before, Chair, you get there, can I just make a point of correction?
Sorry, what is it?
Well, it's just to assist you, nothing more than that. But I think you were told that you were asking, I think Councillor Hargreaves was asking about whether there was reference in the rules to the 18-metre. And I think you were told, I can't read from this distance, that there isn't anything. Unless I've looked at an old version, I refer you to CL5 22.3.38.
Yeah, I think this is a conversation. No, I appreciate what you're saying, but
I just want to correct the record.
This is a conversation that members of the committee need to have with officers. So thank you for that. So colleagues, questions to officers about this second application. Obviously, the recommendation is to refuse. So of course, there aren't any discussion of conditions that might be attached were we minded to grant. But if there are any questions to officers, please go ahead and ask. Emma, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, really. If my concern is some of us would be made homeless if they were deconverting houses. But if we were to deconvert this, which is pretty much what it would be, and turn them into two houses, would that then set a precedent where people were actually preferring, because we're not, it's not part of our policy to approve this because we're losing housing. Would this set a dangerous precedent if we were to agree this, the two houses option?
So each application has to be made on its own merits, so we would have to then review the other proposals. However, that it is against the policy as current to only provide two housing, because it doesn't optimize the site. However, if the other properties would come forward, we would have to make that assessment, if that answers the question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just on the optimisation point, because the flats are quite big. I mean, if you wanted to get the maximum number of units out, you could get a lot more units, I would have thought, studio flats. So what do we mean by maximisation of the site?
So I think it's quite important to, it's not about maximising, it's about optimising the site. So we would have to look at in terms of the quality of the units that they're proposing. So in terms of the flatted scheme, each of the flat has got dual aspect, and they've each got a proposed outdoor space. So it's not, yes, in theory you could fit more units, but it's not about maximizing the numbers of units, it's about optimizing the site.
Thank you very much. So if we can now finally move on to consider the 3941 Victoria Road application.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I have next slide, please? So this application seeks planning permission for a change of use of education and use to provide overall of 8 flats, including mansard extension side and rear extensions and provision of terraces. This is the area view showing the application site and its relation to properties along Lonsdale Place. As you can see, the site has been heavily developed over the years. Next slide, please. This is the area view showing the front and side. The application site is marked Lower School of Thomas Kensington. It's the corner blue property. Next slide, please. And that's a photograph of the front elevation. Some views towards properties along Lonsdale Place. There are some roof terraces in the vicinity of the site, as can be seen on the photo on the right and left-hand sides. The proposed ground floor showing the retention of the magnolia tree at the front, the existing front elevation, existing side elevation along St. Albans Grove, the proposed front elevation showing the side and neighboring properties on Victoria Road, the proposed side elevation along St. Albans Grove, the red line outlines the existing building, the proposed rear elevation showing the proposed mansard roof extension and terraces. And then the proposed side elevation, again the red line outlines the existing building. The proposed elevation along boundary of properties on Lonsdale Place. The existing and proposed massing showing the proposed mansard and rear extension. And then existing and proposed rear massing. Some visuals showing the proposed mansard roof extension and the other extension to the side. And then the visual, the left visual shows the view from Canning Place, and on the right is the view from Victoria Road. I would like to draw your attention to the addendum report and additional representation that were made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have speakers registered, and I think Mr. Quatermain, are you with us, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Fred Quatermain. I'm a partner at Thrings. I've been instructed by Mr. Ulrich Jerome on behalf of a number of affected neighbours to this development. The first thing to say is, broadly and similar to the last couple of applications, there's no particular issue with the broad principle for this site to be reused for residential purposes. But not having a dispute over the broad principle isn't the same as agreeing that this is appropriate development. Simply put, it's the wrong development for this site. There are 3 linked concerns here which arise not from the proposed use itself, but from the changes that are proposed to the building and that your officers have just taken you through. The visuals on the screen clearly show this is a poorly designed, boxy building. The changes to the roof are the introduction of an overbearing feature out of keeping with the existing buildings in the area. It creates an unbalance to the street scene and undermines the positive contribution that the buildings currently are judged to make to the conservation area. It's a prominent new roof which represents an intrusive and unsuitable addition. As I said, even the visuals that have been produced by the applicants show that this is boxy and not particularly attractive. That poor quality design is particularly concerning given the location of the site. We've heard extensively about the conservation area, but this site is adjacent to listed buildings, and the listed buildings are at 5 to 22 Launceston Place, are directly adjoining the site in the southwestern corner. You'll be aware of your statutory duties under the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Acts, Section 72 and Section 66. The requirement here is for you to have special regard to the preservation of these designations. So it's not enough just to pay lip service to this. Whilst the De Vere Conservation Area may be home to a mix of designs, and again we've spent quite a bit of time talking about that this evening, the characteristic is high quality, and that characteristic isn't something that's shared by this application. More concerningly, the heritage assessment submitted by the applicant fails to understand the context of the site. It's silent on the impact of the development on the setting of number 5 Launceston Place, assuming that the nearest listed building is not the one that's directly adjacent to the site, but is in fact much further away. And in that failure, the applicants have failed to meet the basic requirements of paragraph 194 of the MPPF, which requires them to understand the setting and demonstrate the impacts of the setting on heritage assets. The conclusion in the officer's report, the amended officer's report since before Christmas, that there's no harm to the setting of the existing buildings is unsupported. It's clear that there's harm from the poor design, and you're being misled by your officers in that regard. Finally, and again, something we've touched on already in relation to terracing, the introduction of this external amenity space at the upper floor levels has a significant impact in amenity terms on neighbouring properties. That includes the residents in the listed buildings in Launceston Place. There's a substantial loss of privacy due to the introduction of these vantage points for overlooking, and proposed privacy screenings don't deal with those concerns. So in conclusion, and I'm hoping to have kept this relatively brief, there is a clear policy conflict here in relation to policies CL3, CL4 and CL11 of your local plan, and HC1 and HC3 of the London plan, and the MPPF requirements to preserve designated heritage assets, both in relation to the conservation area and the listed buildings. And further conflicts in relation to policies CL1, 2, 8 and 9 of the local plan, and D4 of the London plan, and paragraph 130 of the MPPF in relation to design. So respectfully, we request you refuse this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Whedon-Sands, there's a...
Just relatively briefly, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think all the points that have been so eloquently made previously still also apply to this development in terms of the mansard and the terrace. I think having been involved in the planning process elsewhere, it does concern me, and I think as a result of 73% of the borough being in conservation areas, that we don't seem to give enough weight to protection of conservation areas. I mean, in the conservation area appraisal document, again, just very, very quickly, quote, under negative elements, it specifically says the National Planning Policy Framework and the Council's policies require opportunities to be taken to enhance the character of conservation areas and listed buildings when opportunities arise. And this includes the removal of negative elements given in this section. And under the list there, you've got side extensions that harm the symmetry and roof extensions. So if anything, we should be talking about removing mansards, not adding them. And so I just think, as I say, you can condition the terraces and all these things, but fundamentally for the protection of the conservation area and the whole point of all these policies that we have to protect such a beautiful area, it just sort of really takes the mickey out of them if we allow this sort of thing to go forward. So I would hope that this also gets rejected. And then on the point of terraces, I just note most buildings in this area, outside the ground floor or lower ground, don't have outside space. The building I'm in, the basement has a small vault area, but every other flat in it doesn't have any outside space. That's common across the area. Not having these terraces is not as if we're, breaching these people's human rights, the people that live there, by removing them. I think it's unnecessary, and for all the reasons that Mr. Quartermain raised as well, in terms of all the residents around, it's a real detriment to everyone. So I hope you reject it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions to either of the parties? And then, sorry, I beg your pardon. I must ask the applicant if you have further comments to make in relation to Victoria Road application.
Yes. Obviously, this is part of the overall land use swap package, providing 8 new units, which is an additional 7. Again, consultation took place with residents and extensive discussions with officers, resulting in the plant being moved to the lower ground and opaque glass being used for the privacy screens. Turning to the objection to the to the mansard, again, we did work very closely with your design officers who are well skilled in making judgments on the conservation area. That is their job, and in relation to impact on listed buildings. And it's true to say that it's a common and traditional feature of the conservation area, as said in the officer's report. And the report says the mansard will generally sit within the parameters of height and bulk and would reflect the variety of roof forms now present more widely. I actually think when you look at the composition here, that the two end buildings either side of the central one have a rather truncated appearance, and actually there is some benefit in rebalancing that through the roof forms that are being proposed. This is not a conservation area which has great uniformity, like many of the conservations in the borough. It does exhibit considerable variety, and therefore I think the design that's being produced reflects that variety and is in keeping with it. It is again, it's a traditional slate sloped with dormer windows, aligned other than perhaps one exception where there is a larger window on the corner with St Albans Grove than one would normally see, but that aligns in itself with the existing larger window below, and we did have quite a long discussion with officers about that. In terms of amenity, I won't deal with daylight and sunlight because it's not an issue that's raised, but it accords with the requirements. In terms of privacy, again, there is an imperative where possible to find outdoor amenity space for new residential accommodation, both in the London plan and the local plan, and therefore one is pushed to look to provide that as long as you don't cause an unacceptable amenity impact. So we've worked with officers. We've provided the 1.8 metre high screens, which are above eye level, and we're using opaque glass rather than anything that is solid, so it reduces any light impact, with metal planted boxes inside. I think there are clear benefits again from this scheme, like the Cotsmore Gardens with new residential units, a good mix of accommodation. I think there's some other heritage benefits, again restoring the front gardens, the windows to the north elevation, removal of downpipes and other clutter that exists on the building, and it enhances the sustainability of the buildings. And lastly, because it is part of the bigger enabling development for the whole package that we're looking at here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have an awful lot of small junior schools, preps and nurseries in huge houses around the borough. And one of the things which I dislike about them the least is that they actually maintain the look of a house. They look like a house with which children are in, and that's rather lovely. We have countless of them. So what we have here are two houses which have been used as a school, and no problem at all, and actually they're very beautiful. I just cannot see how you actually think it's an improvement. I am actually quite shocked about this particular mansard, particularly on here. I think it absolutely ruins these two houses, and I'm really interested about the justification apart from the profit margin on the mansards. It is, to my mind, really quite ugly. So there are debates about mansards, but I think in this particular situation, it really, really ruins, and it is blocky, and as we had. So I'd be interested to.
Maybe there's the architect for the scheme is present.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Is that because I think we can put this point to
yeah, I'm just quite. It is quite blocky, and it kind of, to my mind, it ruins the whole symmetry and the sort of residential quality. It looks like a house, and then it looks like I don't know, very strange. It looks very odd to me. It really does look odd.
Well, I'm sorry you have that reaction. We worked very hard on the design of it. We tested it from all different angles, from all viewpoints. And we sat down with your officers and discussed it, debated with it. Your borough design officers, extremely talented people, and they had a significant contribution to the design. I'm an architect, I design buildings, and I'm not in the business of designing ugly buildings. I think it will be an asset to the borough, and it's a consistent building with its neighbours.
Okay, thank you. I have concerns as well about the balconies, which we've been hearing about, the same that we've been hearing before, but maybe I'll just leave that one there, because we've heard all the arguments about balconies and terraces. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. In that case, questions to officers about this particular application. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually a question which relates to this application and the previous one, if that's all right. I just didn't think to ask it on the previous one. The proposed mansards on this one and on Cotsmore Gardens, are we recommending for approval on their own merit? So if it was just an application for that mansard, would we grant, or would you recommend to grant? Or are we saying actually if it was just for the mansard we wouldn't grant, but because of the wider benefits of the package, that's why we're recommending to grant?
Thank you. So as written in the reports, the mansard would cause less than substantial harm to the conservation area, mostly immediately buildings next to both sides, not to the wider conservation area. But there will be a less than substantial harm, which would be outweighed by the benefit of providing residential units. So in terms of our assessment, we made the assessment of the mansard and the rest of the proposal.
Good. Thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah.
Could I just get officers' views on their response to concerns that residents have raised around the terraces? Again, I know we've gone over terraces for a while, but you know, these are 8 apartment blocks. Has there been an assessment made of the visual intrusion onto neighbouring properties? Thank you.
Can we please have slide 65? So this slide shows the existing and proposed massing. The proposal is on the right-hand side. You can see that there are the privacy screening along the boundary with Launceston Place. There are other terraces along Launceston Place, maybe not on the same extent as proposed here, but there are examples of them within the vicinity of the site. I can refer to the photographs. Sorry. Can we have slide 55? So the photograph on the left-hand side, on the top, you can see slightly the railings on top of the roof. It might be easy to see within your park. And then the properties in the middle, it's got a terrace as well. There's been recently granted planning permission for the terrace next door as well. However, it's not in situ at the moment, so no. But there are terraces on that levels.
What does the privacy screening look like?
So we are recommending a condition, and the details of those privacy screenings must be submitted. Our recommendation to the applicant is to provide obscure glaze rather than a timber trellis because of the proximity to the properties along Launceston Place. To allow more natural daylight to protrude through the screening, we're recommending obscure glazed screening. However, that's subject to the condition 3, I believe. Yes, condition 3.
Good. Well, thank you very much. I suggest we now have another short break, and then when we come back, we will need to make decisions. So about 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, please, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Thank you. Okay, so if we get underway again, we need to make decisions. So I'm going to take a brief discussion just to summarize the points that obviously we heard earlier, and then to clarify in particular its areas where before we have a vote we might want to alter a condition or to recommend particular conditions had to come back to committee, those sort of points. So if we start with Atlantic House, I would begin by saying I think overall there is a considerable benefit in the reuse of existing buildings. Personally, I find it very hard to believe that the existing use as student accommodation could possibly come back to life, if you like. So I think the use as a school, I think is something that overall is a benefit of the scheme and something that we should support. We had a very long, detailed discussion. I think the issues about transport, I would suggest more work needs to be done on them. And I think the transport plan, the traffic management plan, the travel plan and the traffic management plan, they need to probably, almost certainly, I think, come back to committee. There needs to be more work. In particular, I think there has to be some extremely detailed consultations with local residents to really find out what it is that it might be an optimum solution. So I would suggest that that's something which goes beyond what are the conditions in the report as it stands. I think in terms of noise, I think my own feeling is we've heard that some of the council officers disagree about the issue of playground noise. Bearing in mind the benefits of the scheme, I think myself, I would find the idea that the noise impact with the mitigations that are set out in conditions, that they are so severe that they could be a reason for a refusal of the scheme. I don't personally think that test has been passed. Of course, linked to noise is the issue of student numbers. Personally, I think the 500 proposed by officers is acceptable. However, it may be that, colleagues, that we think otherwise, in which case that's something that we would need to explore with officers. Clearly, at the moment, there is a restriction on pupil numbers of 400. I think that's something else which we might wish to pursue. I think those are the main points to my mind. Colleagues, would you like to come in? Sorry. Ah, yes. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Councillor Bennett and Councillor Hargreaves are rightly reminded the last issue which came out in the discussion, and this is something I completely agree with. I think that the details of the glass link building, I think that has to be revisited as part of the development of the final scheme. I think having an entirely glazed structure I would view as not in keeping with the conservation area. But I think the exact details of how we do that, I think if that's something that colleagues, that if we all think in that way, then I think the officers clearly have got an extremely strong message as to what it is that we would want. Those are my sort of thoughts on the Atlantic House application. I'm interested, colleagues, as to how you see it before, obviously, we have to formally make a vote. Tom, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, just going through a couple of those points. So on the glass link building, I completely agree and think that that should come back. The details of that should come back to committee for approval if we are to grant permission tonight. On the traffic management plan, I completely agree it should come back to us. And just to give my views, which others may or may not share, I think that traffic management plan at the very least should, look to reduce traffic from current levels and perhaps go further and have a goal of 0 cars. But I don't want to say that that's the only answer, but that's what I'd be looking towards. And then on the numbers, I am convinced by the representations from residents that to give an irrevocable licence for 500 pupils today is something we could come to regret. So I feel remaining at the current 400 would be more appropriate. And then the applicant, of course, is welcome, if we're to, again, grant permission today, is welcome to come back in a future event, demonstrate how they've dealt with traffic and noise and apply for an increase to that cap. But as of today, I would be more comfortable keeping that current cap. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Yes, I agree with much of what Tom has said. Certainly the travel plan I find really needs a lot more work. It just doesn't seem to account for the fact that parents hang out and they actually want to post their child safely into school and not just drop them out like a bag of rubbish. So that just doesn't work at all. And actually the route through that, I know it's very, very tight streets around there, but the travel plan needs a major rethink. Similarly, I think we keep the cap on 400 and review it. The link, I mean, I'm not against glass extensions in theory, but I just don't think it works here at all, and that does need to be revisited. There was another one, which was there's an extension which has with windows onto, was it Douro Place, with people who are quite worried about them. And I think we had to be sure that those windows are double or triple glazed and can't be opened to protect the residents on the other side. And that's about as far as I can go. But I don't think we can turn it down entirely. But I think 400 maximum, with all those other issues dealt with, would be less intolerable than what we have in front of us.
Okay, thank you very much. Gerard, so you again.
I think we're all dangerously agreeing on all this. So I've got the glass link, restrict to 400 to be reviewed, traffic management plan back, and just be completely satisfied with the noise management plan, and particularly with windows and not just the children's noise, but the whole noise. So those things need to come back.
So I think the site is appropriate for a small school, so I'm not objecting to that, and I think it would be great to see the space used for that. But I'm unconvinced. I share the concerns of everyone here. I'm unconvinced that it won't at present have an adverse impact on neighbouring residents on a very quiet and tranquil area, particularly when it comes to noise and traffic management. I think 100 plus new cars coming in every day is quite substantial. So I agree with Councillor Bennett on numbers and Councillor Hargreaves. And I understand that the glaze link was worked on with officers, but I think it's quite clear that it's not in keeping with the character of the neighbourhood. So yes, I have a number of concerns with the application as it stands.
Okay, that's good. So can I go to officers now and just make sure that the things that we've discussed, I think there's a very clear steer as to where members of the committee are going on this. I think in terms of the numbers, I think we would be, this would be done by condition that the school numbers would be 400. Clearly this, the applicant could come back at any time and suggest a higher number. And I think there would be a strong implication that if the various travel and traffic plans were worked out in a satisfactory way, then I would have thought there might well be a presumption that an increase in numbers could definitely be justified. But I just wanted to check that by condition that is something that we are able to do. And in terms of the travel components and traffic components, I think those conditions would need to come back to committee following the extensive consultation. The suggestion that the noise condition, the final, I'm just trying to find it in the, sorry?
Condition 29.
Right, that's right, beg your pardon. Yes, it's the noise management plan, condition 29. I think the suggestion is that would need to come back to committee as well. I think, colleagues, I'm quite reluctant to bring too many things back to committee, but I think in the circumstance of the application, I think it's entirely reasonable that we do. And I'm just trying to think if there are any other points that we've been raised before we actually have a vote.
There were the other few things regarding condition 3, which was a new condition 3K, which was the details of the playground surface.
Yes.
And then we tweaked condition 3J to refer to detailed plans and drawings as well of the security check building, but that was just to be left for officers to
yes,
consider?
I think that would be acceptable.
Crucial.
I think I think the design of the link building, I feel reluctantly we probably want to see that come back. I think officers have now got a clear idea of the sort of thing we expect, but I think that's something which could return to committee. So, yeah.
Sorry, condition 3J and K, you're saying you would want those back to committee as well, or no.
So I think obviously it's very important the officers have a proper record of our discussion, and we just need to make certain that they're happy.
The glazed link is coming back.
Yes, the glazed link would have to come back. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, I think that we can move to a vote. So, with those conditions and with the matters discussed coming back to committee for further consideration, the recommendation is to grant, obviously with all of the other conditions in the report. Can I see those in favour of granting, please? Okay, so that the recommendation is agreed. Okay, thank you very much. If we can now move on to consider the first of the Cotsmore Gardens applications. Now, in the case of this first application, I raised the point earlier about the high-level roof terraces, which I find really to be unsatisfactory. And I think if we can just bear with me. So I think the highest level roof terrace proposed, I think would have to be excluded. And I think the roof terrace on the next floor down, I think would have to be allowed, but in a very, very limited form, so that the large area of flat roof proposed could not substantially be used as a terrace. Now, I think in discussions, it seems as though that is something that would be an acceptable alteration. It's not fundamentally altering the scheme, but it's improving amenity by altering by making small alterations.
Thank you, Chairman. So just to clarify, I think if you're removing the terraces, so you're saying that certain terraces are not acceptable, that is possible by condition. I think that's fairly straightforward and clear, and we can word a condition on that. I think if you're looking to amend the extent of terraces, that's where it potentially becomes a bit messy in terms of prescribing what you mean by that. And then obviously how the applicant deals with it, whether it's through condition. Well, it would have to be a condition of sorts, but I would just perhaps caution against trying to amend the extent of terraces.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I understand the point you're making. I don't know, colleagues, perhaps we might remove that second terrace at the level down. That might be a way of dealing with the issue.
Sorry, I was just going to say that, but also there's the terrace overlooking number 12 across the road, which is a new terrace which looks directly into Mr. Perch's house. So if we were to remove that second level, then that would deal with that, I think.
Yes, I think Ms. Chung,
Well, just for the benefit of the room, can we put slide 42 up, please? Just so we all know what we're talking about. Thank you. So just to confirm what Councillor Dent-Code was requesting, that's the extension, the terrace that you see on the right-hand side of the slide at, I think that's going to be first floor level, above the single-storey rear side projection. Is that correct, Councillor Dent-Code?
Now, colleagues, I'm just trying to yeah. Well, there's I think it's the level, which is the high up level is the thing that, to my mind, is the important issue. I think there was discussion of the mansard issue, and I know, understandably, some people, feel very strongly about that. I think mansards in the borough are something that, we have many of, and provided they're built in proper materials and things, then I think on balance they're acceptable. I think the terrace issue, I think, was much the more important point that we heard from residents. So if we now think with the removal of those terraces.
Sorry, Chairman,
Yep.
sorry to labour the point on the terraces.
Yep,
Can we
go on.
just confirm which terraces you are seeking to remove, just so it's clear, sufficiently clear for us? Thank you.
Okay, well, yes, obviously the top level one, the mansard level, the next row, which are marked, I don't know, I can't, it's the, what is it, it's the level below the roof, below the mansard, but the level below that, there's one which faces over, looking directly into Mr. Perch's house, which was also a concern. So I don't know about those ones, that third level, if we want to take those down as well, but certainly the top two and the one on the corner, which looks across the street.
I mean, Ms. Chung is just going to explain, using the screen so that everyone can see this, as to what we're talking about with these terraces. Okay. No. Okay. So, now we're quite clear about the terraces at issue here. The recommendation is
Sorry,
to grant.
Sorry, there is one more issue. With the terraces, we just need to be clear.
Yeah.
Are we removing everything? I mean, are we leaving the flat roofs? I mean, presumably we're leaving the flat roofs and the railings. And so all we're doing is adding a condition saying that they cannot be used as a amenity area. Yeah? So that's what you're thinking.
If you're happy with the railings, then we'll need to make that clear. But if you're not, then we can add that to the condition that they shan't be used as terraces and there should be no railings around them.
I think we'd probably want to take the railings away.
I think they will use it either way. If I would say take away the railings.
I think that's fair, isn't it? Yes. Okay. So you're quite happy about what it is that we wish.
We're removing the railings, the doors to the terrace.
So I'm trying to think of something that is the least messiest one to do. So you can remove the terraces, you can remove the railings, and I'd suggest that we either add to that condition or we amend condition 3, because we've got to deal with the fact that there's doors there, as shown on the drawings, and obviously there's no point in having a door if it doesn't lead anywhere. So you might want to look at allowing the applicant the opportunity to change the design of that, or at least tweaking it so that they're safe.
I think that's probably the best way of doing it.
Yeah.
I'm really, colleagues.
They need to be accessed.
Yeah. Okay. I think what we're doing is we're trying to find the correct planning form to give effect to what we've expressed. So, Ms. Chung, you're quite satisfied that we can go ahead and do that?
Just bear with me, I'm just looking at the existing conditions that we have.
Yeah.
So we've got condition 3, which will remain as it is, and that asks for details of terraces and privacy screens because we are still going to have some. And then I suggest that we will add in another condition, removing the terraces that we've agreed this evening, and then either add into that about the detailed design of the doors to be submitted, or do it as a separate condition, whatever is clearer for the applicant and anyone else reading the decision. But that's essentially what we'll capture in the changes.
Yeah, and then in relation to the terraces that you're going to remove, which is basically, well, the railings, and there does need to be a condition, I guess, another condition saying that they cannot be used as an amenity space. But obviously there might be some need to maintain the flat roof, but we'd need that extra condition as well.
Yes, that kind of standard condition, I'm sure you're right, that should be put in. So if I can ask officer, you're completely happy now, you know what it is that we're about to vote on? Yeah? Okay? All right. Well,
we're going to add a condition that will require the applicant to submit details changing those, because at the moment they're shown as doors, so they may choose to keep doors, but ultimately they don't lead anywhere, so they might want to change them to windows, which would make sense. But we'll add a condition to secure that. We've allowed doors before, they don't seem to lead anywhere. I mean, they're a little bit pointless, but they do allow, larger openings allow more light. So, there's an argument for that. But they might want to do the same size opening, but have it as a larger window rather than a set of doors.
I think the idea that if somebody attempted to use any of these flat roofs as amenity space, that nobody would notice and nothing would happen about it, I think might be rather unlikely. So I think, are we officers quite happy about the various amendments to conditions here? No? Okay, well in that case, recommendation is to grant with the amendments to conditions that we have just discussed. Yes, I know that. And of course, as with Atlantic House, this is linked with the Section 106 agreement. Can I see those in favour of the recommendation, please, as discussed? Those against? Okay, so that was granted by 4 votes to 1. Okay, thank you. If we can now move to consider the second Cotsmore Gardens application. Now, this is recommended for refusal. I'm personally slightly ambivalent about this. I think there's actually quite a reasonable argument for saying that these were built many years ago as two houses, and you know, they could go back to being two houses, and that would seem to be personally quite reasonable. But what do colleagues feel about that?
Is there a need for the mansard if we were to just have two houses? Is that something that could be amended?
I would suggest that...
Also, sorry, and same issue with terraces, as we've just discussed.
Yeah. I would suggest saying that taking a mansard out, you're altering the actual fundamental structure of the building. So I'll ask officers the question, but I would suspect that we couldn't do that by condition.
That's too big of a change to remove that as part of this decision-making exercise. In terms of whether it's needed, I mean, it's obviously not needed. It's a choice to extend the house, or the building rather, but you wouldn't be able to remove it as part of a condition.
Colleagues, what do others feel about this? Emma?
Thank you. I don't like the mansard at all. I didn't like it in the last one, but I had to tolerate that. I do understand why there can be a problem and they shouldn't really be there. But on the whole, I think 8 flats are better than 2 houses, and people might actually live in them. There was 1 in 5 homes are empty in Queensgate, and we need people to live there. So, you know, we're already losing quite a number of units, or whatever we want to call them. So I think 8 yeah, I can't support setting a precedent where we allow that kind of de-amalgamation, which is what it is.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Joe? I think that there are advantages to the 2 in terms of conservation area and the fact that they were originally built as 2, and there's advantages to the larger number in that it provides more units. So I don't think we should be sort of determining exactly how many units. I think both, to my mind, have their own advantages, and both are acceptable.
I'm minded to grant this. They were built as originally built as single houses, and I think it would be useful to have that option to do that.
So, officers, I think we might be minded, perhaps, to grant this. But if we did go in that direction, and I know we have to have a vote on the recommendation first, but supposing we went down the route of granting, we would have to add a few simple conditions, the standard ones. I would suggest the kind of conditions an inspector would put on, wouldn't get up to 30 or 40 conditions.
They'll be similar to the ones on the other Cotsmore Garden application, the one you've just considered, and bearing in mind they've got terraces as well, so you'll need to think about that. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Can I just check the terraces? I forget. Sorry, it's been a long few hours. But are the terraces the same?
That's correct. Yes. So the external.
Could we have the same condition?
Yes.
If approved.
Yeah, if approved.
Well, I think probably what we should do, first of all, is to have a vote on the recommendation, which is to refuse. So, can I see those in favour of the recommendation, please? Can I see those against? Okay, so the recommendation to refuse is not adopted. The clear implication is that we wish to, therefore, to grant permission. I would suggest, we've had a discussion about terraces, I would suggest that the points just made about terraces, that we carry those over into the recommendation, into a motion to grant permission. I think that might be quite a simple way of doing it, yes?
Yes, that's fine. And can I just ask that you just quickly look at the conditions for the earlier application that we just voted on? Because chances are they're going to be the same conditions carried over. If there's anything in there that you don't want carried over or want to amend, that would be useful to know.
I think colleagues, the issue has been raised about whether these two properties should have a parking permit. Do we have a strong view about that, or do we feel that that's something? Any particular views?
It's two houses that would have originally had a permit, so not something I have strong views on, but probably let them have a permit again.
Is that a
Yeah, I mean, I have a strong view. Well, we know setting a precedent because we've been quite strict on lots of developments that they are permit-free going forward. So my only concern is whether we're setting a precedent or not.
So just something to note, you have just approved the application, the first one, which is going to be permit-free with no change.
And that is in line with our
And
policy
that's in line with
CT1,
policy.
and it is a very strict policy that all new housing
I'd
units have
urge
to
you
be permit-free.
to not deviate from policy in this instance. There are no special circumstances that would suggest otherwise.
All right, well, in that case, perhaps I'm afraid we leave that. Now, obviously, there's the standard time limit condition, the approved drawings. I would suggest the terraces conditions which we had discussed previously are carried forward. Is there anything else which I think we need to consider? Just if officers can just quickly check if there's anything that we've overlooked.
Well, there's quite a lot of conditions. I mean, you might just... It might be easier. Or it might be that you want to delegate it to officers. Obviously, there is the additional terraced ones that we're going to add. But apart from that, I mean, if you want to delegate it to officers to...
Yeah, I think that probably, excuse me, I think that probably is much the best way of doing this, to delegate this to officers. Tom? Yeah. Okay.
In any event, the applicant will need to agree the pre-commencement conditions, so we have to get their permission anyway. So if you do delegate it to officers, then we can arrange for that to be done.
I think that's fine. So I will do this. I propose a resolution to grant permission with the conditions that we have just discussed. Is that seconded? Okay. So that's seconded by Councillor Hargreaves. Can I see those in favour of that resolution to grant with those conditions? Those against? Okay. So that resolution was carried by 4 votes to 1. Okay. Thank you very much. And finally, we need to consider the application at Victoria Road. Now, I think I rather agree with some of the comments that were made that I was perhaps slightly underwhelmed with the design, but I think, personally, I think overall it does need to be considered acceptable. It clearly is a part of the enabling development, so I think on balance, I think it's acceptable. Are there any points that you'd like to clarify with officers about this application, or can we just move to a vote? No. Okay. Well, in that case, if we can move to move to the vote. So the recommendation is to grant, with obviously the conditions set out in the report. Could I see those in favour, please? Those against? So that is granted by 3 votes to 2. Okay, 3-2. Now, I just on a a legal point. I just wanted to make absolutely certain, in relation to the Atlantic House decision, that obviously with the conditions is the Section 106 agreement linking together the applications. And I just wanted to check with the law officer present that we're content that in decision-making terms that's correct.
Yes, there's, I mean, the recommendation made it clear that it wasn't just being approved in accordance with the conditions, but there is a Section 106 agreement. There's an overarching Section 106 agreement, which is going to cover all of the sites. Now, 4 applications, obviously, not just 3.
Yes. Okay.
But yes, it's just going to be one big Section 106 covering everything.
Thank you. Very good. I thought it's just really important that we establish that that is indeed the case. Well, that concludes our meeting.